Okay. Let's begin with the me karakia tātou. Begin with the karakia. That's just been put up there, slightly enlarged. Yep. Right. Pātaka te hoa ki te tōru. Pātaka te hoa ki te tōru. Kia mā kina kina ki uta. Kia mā tōru tōru ki tōru. E hia kia mā te atakura. E tiu, e huka, e hauru, tika, mā. Kia ora. Thank you, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to Middleton, all those people online as well as people in the room. Welcome to staff as well. How we roll here for Banks Peninsula is this is where the talking happens. Sit back and relax in the lounge. That's where you sit to absorb it all in, turn your ears on and wait your turn. So we have got you booked if you have made an appointment. We will call you up. We're a very friendly bunch, so come on up and make yourself comfortable. Let us know if you've got any questions as well. So we'll begin with the apologies. We've got Howard and Luana as apologies and a late arrival for Asif. Can I have a move? I'll move it. Who's going to second that? Thank you. Yes? Happy. Oh, you're wondering if we can do this?
Yes.
Right.
I'm sorry. I was out of the way last time.
We're just waiting on the we've got a quorum.
Yeah.
Double checking the quorum.
Four.
Yeah.
It's just four.
Right, good to double check. Right, so that was Kathy who seconded that. Thank you. All those in favour?
Right.
Against? That's carried. Thank you, team. Let's continue on with the homework or the admin here. Confirmation of previous minutes. I'm sure you've had a little look. Is there any questions or clarifications in those minutes? No? Okay, I'm happy to move that. Thank you,
I'll second it.
Tyrone, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? That is carried. Thank you. All right, let's begin with our public forums. We have NIWA, Canterbury Science Fair application. Come on up. Who is it? Leonore? Welcome to the front. Come on up. Is there anything we can help with? Are you all right?
I've got an information board, which is probably going to be a bit difficult for you to read.
Right.
Put it up.
Yes, put it up. Morning, Nigel. Right, do you want to put it up on the desk? Yeah, I'd love to have a look at it.
Yep.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Oh, wow.
There's plenty of room.
Yeah, there is. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Behind it. Yeah. Okay, Tyrone, could you jiggle that around a little bit?
What am I doing?
The camera.
It's on the corner. Yeah, so it's just around that.
Just bring it around sort of this way. I think. Is that St. Peter's Beacon? Is it?
Cool.
Is that all right?
Yeah, perfect.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Leonore and I'm a Year 8 student at St. Peter's Beckenham School. Last year, as a Year 7, I competed in my school science fair project, which I then qualified for the NIWA Canterbury Westland Science Fair, which I then won 2 prizes for. Did you know that about 60% of New Zealand's waterways are unswimmable? 74% of our freshwater fish are threatened or at risk of extinction, and 95% of rivers flowing through pastoral land are contaminated by pollutants, effluent, or excess nutrients. My research question is, which out of the Avon River, Heathcote River, or the Cass Bay Stream will be the cleanest freshwater waterway? My hypothesis was that the Cass Bay Stream will be the cleanest waterway. The Cass Bay Stream is too short to have a large amount of pollution. The Heathcote and Avon rivers are long and more likely to be polluted because they both run through Christchurch City. My other hypothesis was that the Heathcote River would be the most polluted because it has very high fecal contamination, is not suited for swimming, and is very affected by rainwater and flooding. Now for my procedure. I made sure to test on a day when it hadn't rained or it hadn't rained prior towards my testing because that can muck up the results. And with the help of my mother, we borrowed equipment from the University of Canterbury. We borrowed a water testing kit, which is used to determine and test the pH, dissolved oxygen, and the temperature. We also borrowed a bathyscope, which is used to determine how clean and healthy the riverbed is. And then last but not least, we borrowed a clarity tube, which is used to determine how turbid the water is. After testing, I found out that my hypothesis was incorrect. The Cass Bay stream, surprisingly, was the most polluted waterway out of the other two that I tested. The Cass Bay stream had an unusual level of turbidity and also had quite high dissolved oxygen levels. I also found out that the Avon River, in fact, was the cleanest waterway out of the three. I wasn't too surprised by this because in my observation, it looked way healthier, more fish, more plants surrounding it, and just looked healthier just generally. And I also noticed that both of the Avon and the Heathcote rivers got pretty much similar results in terms of pollution. And before I talk about my pH, I like to say that I actually made a mistake during my testing that I forgot to calibrate the when I did the testing. So that is my mistake that I made. But the rest of my project is factual, and it's still like without the pH, it still is the same, and the Cass Bay stream is still the most polluted. But if you have any questions, I am open to answering them. But I hope you enjoyed, and thank you for your time.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you, and say that the world is in good hands, at least in this part of the world right now. And both my kids went to St. Peter's too.
Did they?
Yeah.
Both my kids went to St. Peter's too. The legacy is in good hands.
I have a question. What is turbidity?
It's how dirty the water is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a really important thing for us to know. And it's really important for us to know that Cass Bay, right in our backyard, has turned out to be the one that is the most polluted. So we need to work on that, don't we? Thank you very much, Miranda. Is there any more questions that we've got from you, Gillian?
Thank you, that's great. I was wondering if you had a think about why you think it's the most polluted, what's linked to the pollution?
Great question.
Well, I think one of the major problems is that I'm pretty sure it could be to do with the infrastructure in Littleton, because there's leaks of like plumbing that goes through Cass Bay, and also definitely like E. coli. I think is probably one of the major issues that could be contaminating the Cass Bay stream.
Septic tanks.
Just quickly, the Cass Bay, just firstly, Luana from Rākaihautū and Mount Herbert also says, amazing young scientists coming along. So she cannot be here, but she'd like to acknowledge your presence here. Also, the Cass Bay stream, is that the one coming down through Steadfast Reserve?
Yeah, it is, and it goes into the Cass Bay
That's right,
beach.
into the beach, yeah. Through, yeah.
We have learned a lot today. Thank you so
thank
much.
you so
And
much.
I concur. I feel like really encouraged that you are following up this information, and it's passionate to you. You can tell that you're passionate about it, you're interested in it, and that you've come to present here. Thank you so much for doing that, and keep doing it.
Yes.
You're doing a great job.
Wonderful.
Really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brilliant.
Turbidity.
Turn the pH into a PhD.
Thank you.
Mother has.
No surprise there.
Thank you for all the best.
Thank you.
Maui Stewart, coming to talk to us about proposed Matariki Awards event. Come on up.
Oh, kia ora tātou. I just wanted to make to your karakia this morning because I used that karakia to open the Coast Guard building this morning. We had a karakia down there. And of course, as you all know, the Governor General arrives next Saturday. So what a beautiful morning, and thank you for that wee reminder how we blow through. Anyway, Kia ora, kia ora. My name's Maui, and first of all, I need to thank you. A few years back, I did a Matariki project up at Living Springs that you gave me support for. And I'm back here for another, not financial support, but a support behind this whole proposal, which is about Matariki. Matariki Taonga Awards. This initiative has been designed to recognise the hard work, integrity, achievements of those who quietly contribute and honour the role models within our Whakaropō community. On the 20th of June 2025, this award will be held in Te Nukutai, down by the harbour, and will be celebrated those stars living amongst us. As the night skies light up, we will acknowledge the shining people within our community. This evening will not only mark the arrival of the Matariki Star Cluster to herald the Māori New Year, but also provide an opportunity to reflect on honouring the achievements of our people, those who shine brightly in our midst. This is a time to acknowledge their efforts, their perseverance, and the remarkable contributions they've made to our community. These people, through their actions, light the way forward for us all, and we need to celebrate their accomplishments. We also look forward to the future together. Therefore, as we come to this evening, let us all reflect on the bright stars amongst us and celebrate their success as they continue to inspire us all to strive for a brighter tomorrow. The awards, I'll just run through them quickly, containing all the stars. Hiwa Tarangi talks about Wawata, or aspiration. Hiwa is the youngest of the sibling. This award is to recognise our young people of our community, just like we just saw. Well, she had to go back to school.
Yeah.
So to Niwa. Tupu Ārangi, Te Tai Ao, our environment. Tupu Ārangi is associated with everything that grows in the trees, like fruits and berries. This award is for those that give back to our environment. Waipunarangi, Manaakitanga, hospitality. Waipunarangi is associated with falling waters in the sky, symbolising generosity, hospitality, and the act of giving without expectation. This award acknowledges the individual or groups whose kindness, service, and community spirit have made Whakaropō a truly special place to visit. Waiti, innovation. Waita, kotahitanga, solidarity. This award recognises the collective actions of unity that can bring people together regularly for a common cause. Being a solid part of our community, and we had made many long-standing clubs and organisations within our community. I want to bring out those talents. Uarangi, toy arts. Uarangi associated with winds in the skies, and the wind that leaves patterns which we see. Also, this award represents the arts, those who entertain us, stood out to us already. It's the arts. Pātaka. Pātaka talks about something being extinct. This is a closed section because I don't want to get the wrong idea. Something like over home we had a carving smashed up. And we thought it was gone, but without the support of the community for that to come back and be revisited with our sculpture down there done by Kane Tofari, it's been brought back to life, that type of thing. And of course, Puanga, there's some special talented mana whenua in the harbour, and there's a special award to recognise a special gift from those ones. A story that I'd like to share with everybody through that evening. So that's the sculpture of it. We're working around our panel, which has also, I've invited Tyrone to be on that panel, who's accepted yesterday. So I'll be working with him to tabulate all the information that comes in, and that's why I'm here today, is to seek your support, maybe in the form of a letter, or help us get this out to the community.
Great.
Help us get this out to the community.
Perfect time. We may have time for a question or just wrap up.
Yeah, no, that's great. So that's all I'm looking for. And also one other thing, we've got other people that want to do other look at events, just to recognise that time of the year to celebrate. Pretty sure some of them would be coming through you, but we're trying to weave all our people together, put tahitanga, weave our community together. So if there's any questions, ask Tyrone and Kate.
Oh, we're fully briefed by them.
Fully briefed.
Thank you, Moe.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay. I'm just being reminded, this is a good reminder, we have a newsletter that we send out, and we also have information on our webpage as well. Is that something that you would like us to distribute to the community through those resources? Information about that?
That'd be lovely. That'd be lovely. Any sort of support.
Yes.
Any sort of support. So
And obviously our personal support, that sounds really amazing.
Yeah, I know that funds are a bit tight, and we're going to do it right here. This probably won't make enough money, but any money that we do make from our event, hopefully we can go to a charity like Chomley and the 100th anniversary. There's a
Yes,
beautiful coat down there. But thank you all for your time.
yes, encouragement
Thank you.
about
Thank
this
you.
too. Yes, keep going, you're doing great work.
That's good.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time. Next, we've got Sabrina from Littleton Business Association.
Hello, I'm gonna wear a couple hats today. I am the manager of Naval Point Club Littleton. I am the new chair of the Littleton Harbor Business Association, and I'm also president of Littleton Netball. If you didn't see the article about how the American got in all these roles with no experience whatsoever, it was in Bay Harbor News. So I'm here on behalf of, with Maui as well, and Kathy. I'm part of the Matariki Awards. We are hosting at Naval Point Club Littleton. Too many hats. Naval Point Club Littleton, yes, we are hosting. But the Business Association is the backing behind this. We're using all of our resources for this. We do have the awards that are being carved thanks to Damien at the Whakaropa Carving Center. But we're going to narrow down to all these awards down to two candidates. Then those two candidates will be invited to the club that evening. It's Friday, the 20th of June. I think we're going to do 5:30-ish. It'll all be on our website. I'm getting the registration. We were just emailing this morning about the nomination form that I'm finalizing so that it can be shared, so people can nominate any members in Whakaropa that you think would be a good candidate for these awards. But the second prize will be a lovely voucher that each of the businesses within the Harbor Association, they're going to be shoulder tapping and offering those to them. Other things that we're doing as the Business Association is we're doing the Buzz Biz Night. It's the second one of its kind. We invite any business owners, staff, down to, again, the club. Last time we did a speed dating, getting all the businesses and owners in front of each other, introducing. This next one is our Hospo edition, so hospitality. We're focusing on, we're going to do the business bingo. So it's hurdles that each business faces, whether it's dealing with zero, staffing issues. Hey, it's a busy Saturday and farmer's market is going and your coffee machine breaks. Where can you go for help on such an important day? So we're going to do a bingo with some spot prizes at the end, of course, more vouchers for local businesses. And then, the Matariki. And then we also did our first litter hunt of the year, which 15 people. We had close to 30 kilograms of waste that were collected, as well as 8 of recycling. And so we'll be doing more of that. We're focused on community, environment, how we can engage with the youth. So if you guys have any questions about the business association, what we can do for you or work with you on, you just let me know.
Oh, good.
Great, sounds
Amazing.
fantastic. John's got a question.
Yeah, well, it's more of a statement, actually. I feel quite jealous listening to you guys. I'm from Makaroa, and honestly, I wish there was United there. That sounds fantastic. That's connection with Matariki, the whole thing, the awards, bringing the community together. I think this sounds like a very, very good model that Makaroa should be looking at.
Yeah, I think that's something that was brought up at the volunteer meeting, was that it was pointed out that as communities, as Governor's Bay, Diamond Harbor, and Littleton, we're very unique, that stuck within Christchurch as our children, unless the parents are engaged, don't have the opportunities, bus systems to get around to different events. So unless the parents are willing to drive them to places, they can be very isolated. Well, that works as well for the older generations. If your grandkids don't live in proximity to you, it might be very lonely. So we have each other to rely on, and we have the resources within ourselves to help each other. And with the Littleton Harbor Business Association, we're not Littleton anymore. We're Whakaropa. And, what can we do to help each other when you can feel a little bit isolated? Reaching out to each other is the best way to help.
Thank you, Sabrina. Really appreciate your time. Sounds very amazing.
Well, there's a lot of good groups here. I'm not saying it's not a lot of groups.
Let's move on to the next bit of admin that we've got to do, which is the supplementary report. So we've received that. Well, we've got that supplementary report to look at here. What we need to do is just make a resolution that we've considered the report. Do you have any questions about that first?
To receive.
To receive.
And consent, yeah.
To receive.
To be included.
Receive and be included. Yeah.
Sorry, this is the supplementary agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the resolution to accept supplementary.
Yes. We're voting on that?
With the weeks.
The resolution.
Right.
Yeah.
Do we vote?
Oh, I need to move in a second. Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll move it.
Okay. Aaron, Linda, Elsa, thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Right, now we can move on to deputations by appointment. First of all, we've got Lindsay Woodward, put levy batch on public land. Lindsay. Come on up, Lindsay. Thank you. Thank you for coming today.
I'd just like to point out one thing, that this supplementary report was received on Thursday afternoon at 3:19, which has given us very little time to prepare ourselves for this outcome. We support it. We think that the three options that were given to us, two of them we're not going to consider. The one where we've got support from the Community Council, we will consider, and hope that it will be forwarded and supported by yourselves. Just a little bit of background. We're talking about a batch, though other people have described it as a shack. We all know what a batch is. It's something's been constructed out of second-hand materials and generally occupied a principal place in bays and rivers and things like that. And over the years, they've been subject to council I'm going to struggle for words here, and I'm going to have to apologise.
That's for Lindsay to join us.
Okay. My public speaking has been limited to talking at a couple of wakes and trying to motivate a group of under 16 footballers to participate in a grand final when they looked over their shoulder and the opposition was 2 stone heavier and a lot bigger. But anyway, as I said, we support the recommendation by the council or the community board. Sorry, I'd like to acknowledge that Mike Thompson has done a lot of work on this and should be congratulated. Where do we go to from here? Describing the batch, right? The batch occupies a beautiful piece of land in in Port Levy Bay, which fortunately or unfortunately is on the Queen's Chain and a paper road. This is where it comes to a bit of a debate. I believe, and I haven't got evidence, but I believe that we've been in Port Levy Bay since probably 1915, 1920. How do I support that? My grandfather and his brother used to race yachts, and Port Levy always had a regatta, multiple regattas, and they would have sporting activities and sheep shot throwing and all those sorts of things. So I believe they were active between 1915 and 1920, which not sure exactly what we had. We did have a batch down by the which was burnt down and vandalised by the local Maori. But because we had a bit of respect in that area, in the sense that my grandfather was an engineer and a hobbyist, and he used to repair their milking machines and their outboard motors, and gave them advice on those items. So the elders obviously wanted to move us away from the PA, so they moved us down to the block that we are. To me, I couldn't imagine that in 1915, 1920, that the Maori understood what a Queen's Chain and the paper road was. And I believe it should be alienated from the Maori Reserve. So consequently, we've been there for 110 years. We have since, for over 90 years, we've never had a complaint. We've never had a problem. There's never been an issue raised with the batch or ourselves. We've committed ourselves to the community. We, I suppose the only local business that we went to was to buy milk. There was no shops in Port Levy at that stage. We got on with things. We were holiday people. We fished. We yachted. We had outboard boats, and it has since become a bit of a nightmare. Since going back 76, looking at the aerial photography, there was 5 batches close by to us. There's probably now closer to 20. And since the arrival of, I call them Johnny-come-latelys, problems have arisen. How do I go into name and shame? No, I'd very much like to. But these incidents of, well, we've got to look at the report, and I'll just read a couple of them if you don't mind. There's 4 in particular.
Generally, please, that would be great.
Sorry?
Just generalisations, maybe
Okay.
the names attached.
Well, this is out of the report. Rightio. Complaints from neighbours mainly relate to the batch's location, public access, removal, relocation of foreshore rocks, vegetation issues, wastewater disposal. The way it's described, right, number 1 is public access. Right. Now, understand that we had a meeting going back in 2018 with Mr. Brasher, who represented the council. We had resolved, we discussed all these items that since have evolved again. We sat down and we worked out a satisfactory proposal, which was agreed to by the Johnny-come-latelys. We have a situation where we've got a large hedge at the front. We need to trim that. We've got a situation where we've got a drain which has increased in size probably by 200% over the last 20 odd years. Reason being, well, it was farmland. Now we've got 20 odd houses up there. I guess there's runoff. This stream is now increased in size and volume. The high tide laps inside it, is breaking away the walls, there's erosion. Rightio. Things like, we did have a lock gate, we did have security there because we have problems with vandalisation. We had problems with people stealing things, removing things from our block, which is only a very, very small block. I think it's registered as 0.06 of a hectare, 0.006 of a hectare. Right. we have got a problem there that at high tide, the batch and the hedges did form a barrier. But if you sit there and have a look now, things have changed. With this creek beside us, it fills up. There's no access. You cannot get across. I sat there the other day and just out of curiosity wondered when access would start and stop. It's 2 hours either side of high tide. So you have two high tides a day. So 8 hours a day, there's no access because of the high tide. There'll probably be a period of half an hour to an hour where we've got a stone barrier to the front of the batch, which prevents access. But if you could walk, the stone wall is wide enough to walk across. So we're a little bit conscious of the access, so we've done that. As I said, we've built a stile, we've taken off gates, we've given them the access they need. But to be honest, to remove the batch, give them access, it's going to have nothing. It's going to provide actually no additional benefits. That's point one. Point two, condition of the batch. Now, someone has written in here that it's derelict. Definition of derelict, abandoned. We live in it, we use it. It's got facilities, it's got doors, windows, and a roof. But this described as derelict? Pray tell me. I just wonder. I wonder what's going on. And it's also pointed out here that it was built, well, we believe 80 or 90 years ago, and going back, I think, in the 70s, we re-roofed it, we've changed the sides, we moved the door from one side to the other side, and it was a set of French doors. I've got some photos of these, and we changed the French doors into a sliding door. This upset our Johnny-come-latelys, whom seem to have a, how can I put it, lack of privacy, lack of regard for us and our own use of the place. Then we've got another part here about the rocks on the foreshore. Going back with the construction of the batch, as I said, probably 80 or 90 years ago, we had a large rock wall at the front, which my grandfather and my father, I guess, built. These rocks probably weighing 40, 60, 80 kilos. Over the last 10 years, neighbours and contractors have decided that they could be placed elsewhere. So they've stripped part of that rock wall away from the front of our batch, which has made us very vulnerable to the surf. So in desperation, we've built this brick wall, or this rock barrier in front of our batch to protect it. Evidence of this, they're going to walk around Port Levy and you can see on several properties the rocks that have been removed from the front of our batch, the rocks that have been removed from the beach. Furthermore to that, we haven't actually removed any rocks. We've created a rock barrier at the front. One, to compensate what's been taken. Two, to give access. And three, I suppose, being naive, I think without consent, we built a structure. We call it a barrier, not a rock wall. The thing that disappoints me is that some of these people who laid the complaints have removed the rocks from the wall. I can point out with some photographs that I have and on my phone of stairways built using the rocks off the beach, solid rock walls and driveways done from the rocks from the beach. So I sort of wonder what's on their agenda. But anyway.
Lindsay, just to let you know, I know we have lots of questions and our time has
okay.
gone up, but
I have one more.
One more and
One more.
we'll go to questions. If you can
I got one more. Okay. Going back in 2017, we were accused of putting raw sewage into the ocean. It annoyed me, it alarmed me, because at no stage have we ever put raw sewage into the ocean. We had the traditional long john. We had upgraded to a cassette like you have in a caravan, which is my sister takes home with her every time. Yet, one of the accusers, who happens to be a licensed plumber, drainer, is the one that made the accusations. Surely, all he had to do was walk up the creek, because there was discharge through the creek, and locate the source of this. We all know where the source was. It was a batch behind us, because the person who owned the batch either had a faulty sewage system or an overflowing tank. In fact,
But you use it a cassette, is that right?
yes,
Okay, that's fantastic. So it's contained
Yep.
and it gets taken away and disposed
Yes.
of appropriately. Yes.
so that was the last point.
Thank you. I'm sorry this is quite rushed, but I know that everybody has questions as well in regards to this.
And then something I was just going to say that
Please.
we've since joined the Port Levy Residents Association, so that it provides a platform for the Johnny-come-latelys to bring these points up, and we can discuss them. We don't have to involve the council. Why are we here to discuss the length of grass and things like that when it can possibly be done through another avenue? Thank you.
If you just
Yeah.
stay here, we will have questions.
Oh, yeah, okay, fine.
I know Tyrone has a question.
I've got about 3, Madam Chair.
Okay, has anybody else got a question, or should we let Tyrone?
I'll let him have mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're all connected.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Hey, thanks, Lindsay, for coming and seeing us. So, how many owners does the batch have? Owners? Does the
My
batch
sister and
have?
myself.
Right, right, and that's it. So, yeah, okay, cool. And how often do you use it?
My sister's there 2, 3, 4 weeks, every 2 to 3, 4 weeks, whenever, well, based on tide. But we've got a situation where, if we've got a high tide, can't get into the place for 4 hours.
Right,
So, and she works most weekend. Me, I live in Australia. I come here probably twice a year. But you must remember, this is my mana. This is my link. I call it my umbilical cord. I've asked my kids to drop my ashes in Port Levy Bay. That's my feeling. I just got to make sure it's not a southeasterly.
Yeah.
okay, cool. No, thank you. And so, just through you, Madam Chair, and just acknowledging like some of the and I don't want to get into the rightness or wrongness of some of the complaints, Matt, but like in terms of, say, for example, take the Makrakapa hedge, like that. I mean, this is not a new. I mean, have you taken any steps yourself to trim that back?
Yes, it was done since 2017.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And allowing access to the filter and all that sort of stuff. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. No, that's.
Yeah.
Yep. That's from me.
Anybody else have questions? Just double checking. You said at the start that you are happy with the recommendations
Yes.
laid out here.
That were offered a 25-year lease.
Right, yes, okay. Right, good, just need to double check that. Cross our T's and dot our I's. Thank you very much.
No problem.
I can see it was very inspiring on the last game of the season, going into probably 50 kg disadvantage, I would imagine that.
We lost 2017.
I'm sure it was still very inspiring. Thank you very much. Okay, Ian Coppin, can you please come on up? Ian, thank you. Welcome to the table.
Te e maurua, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou koutou. Ko mōna wai tōku mana, ko wai tōku mana, tōku wawa, ko kōpun whānau, ko Duchess of Argyll, tōku waka, ko kōpun whānau, ko te whaikeo wananga waitaha, ko ian kōpun tōku inga. I'm from Auckland. I've been in Canterbury 55 years, and my eyes are still blue and white. They refuse to go red and black, but nevertheless, I am a resident here. Madam Chair, Board, thank you and guests, thank you for the opportunity to represent a number of the local residents in Port Levy, the immediate people around by the patch. Firstly, congratulations to the people who wrote the report. I think it is an extraordinarily thorough piece of work, and whilst I disagree with the people I represent disagree with the recommendation, I think the report is written very thoroughly and in a very dispassionate way. And in my work as Emeritus Professor from the University of Canterbury, I think it's really important that the report has acknowledged the local iwi, and that their mana, I think that their mana is really important to uphold. And I note that they express a concern in looking at the outcome to do with the wastewater. So the report identifies 3 positions. 1 is demolish the bats, 2 provide 25-year lease, and 3 is to do nothing. Now, in making decisions like this, I think it can be incredibly complex or it can be incredibly easy. And I think the ease of making a decision is depending on the frameworks in which you make those decisions. And I've gone through the report very thoroughly a number of times. And what has troubled me is that what would be a framework in which a decision can be made without me relitigating everything in the report. I think, as I said, the report is good. So the first thing is what are the 3 important governance principles which you people would operate by? Because I think that impinges on the decision that you make. And the first one is the protection of the people. That's the first principle of good governance. Second principle of good governance is the prudent use of resources. And this is important in the context of a 25-year licence. The prudent use of resources. And the third one is the protection of the environment. Now, if we look at the report in that context, then some of the decisions are pretty straightforward. And the links can be made. I have not got time, unfortunately, to make those links, but I'm sure that the links that you people can. The second principle of the framework is to do with those governance principles. It's got to be those governance principles have got to be in a fair, ethical, and legal perspective. And that legal perspective is important, because if we ignore legal implications is the moment that we have anarchy and all sorts of problems. And we can see that around the world. Some of those legal things have been ignored. And so the ethical decision-making you can make is divided into 2 parts. And I don't want to be complicated about this, but one part is called deontology, which is what is right or wrong according to the law. If we stop and think about this, according to the law, and it states in the report, and I quote from page 27, the batch is unlawfully occupying the paper road. So from a deontological point of view, what is right and what is wrong according to the law gives us a direction for a simple decision. The second part of ethical decision-making in terms of governance is what they call teleology, is what is good for the most people, and what does the least harm and what does the most good. And if we put our lens on and look at the report in that situation, once again, simple answers come up. All right, simple decisions come up. And that's why we challenge the recommendation of the report. We don't challenge the report because, as I said before, it is a very good piece of research, a very good piece of writing in a fair, dispassionate manner. And so, when we say we put on a 25-year lease, how can that be good governance in terms of prudence of resources, where for 25 years the council or your board, I'm not sure how whose responsibility lies, has to monitor the conditions of that licence for 25 years, e.g. monitoring whether the insurance policy is in place, e.g. monitoring whether the access to the public is still there, e.g. monitoring the environment in terms of wastewater and monitoring the vegetation, the control of the vegetation to reduce fire. Now, to me, that breaches what good ethical decision-making makes, is that recommendation, and what good governance is about. What? Because it's very clear in the report that it is it's not legal to be on that paper road. Now, there is debate without evidence, although the report says that evidence couldn't be found, that the land was gifted to the family by the local iwi. Now, it is important, very important, that the mana of the iwi is maintained. However, there is no evidence, conclusive evidence, to say that this is the case. And so the problem is associated with that recommendation is the monitoring and the prudent use of resources. What benefits the most? And we have a neighbourhood that wish the batch to go. When we have a family that wants to maintain that batch on illegal land. And so when we look at it from a teleological point of view, what is the most benefit? The most benefit is for that batch to be demolished for the good of the community. That batch to be demolished for the good of the environment, that of access and so on. That batch to be demolished because of, of the prudence of good governance. And I do leave you with the final thing. I don't want to take too much time, but I do hope that when a recommendation is made, that we can use a framework, a legitimate, well-researched framework that gives light, gives direction to decisions. And as I conclude, the batch is unlawfully occupying the paper road. And it is really unfortunate that some of the local people have faced verbal abuse and their safety, physical safety threatened. I was threatened on Saturday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If we just stay put for a second there, we may have questions. Thank you very much. Nigel.
Thank you for your dissertation. You say you are representing group people. Are you representing how many people, do you think, or the whole group?
I've got my immediate neighbours here.
Yep.
And I've spoken to other immediate neighbours who cannot be here.
Yep.
And I have said that I would speak and they were happy for me to.
So you feel that you represent.
Sorry, I'm a bit deaf.
Sorry, so am I. And my wife's going to get 20% hearing, and that's sometimes a good thing. So you feel you are the overall voice of that you represent. What you're saying is representative of all of that community.
What I'm saying is it represents the views of those people, but I cannot say that I represent all those people.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly, I'll talk to them and represent the views.
Just on that, thanks Ian as well for your deputation. Just on that point though, do you know if the Port Levy Residents Association has a view on this at all, or because no, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify that and just follow up as well. So just on the staff recommendation, it requires let's just say if the recommendation is approved, it requires macro carpet hedge to be trimmed to council satisfaction, whatever that is, I'm not sure, or removed, which is probably a better option maybe, and retaining wall removed in the foreshore. So unfettered access and all that sort of stuff, and hedges removed and walls returned to their, sort of deconstructed and all that sort of stuff. So are you saying that that is not satisfactory for the people that you represent as well, right? Yeah, just to clarify on that. Cool. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Yes.
Great.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. On the subject of governance, you mentioned we need to keep an eye on people, prudence and the environment, and ethical and legal obligations. And we have to keep that in mind before we make a decision. When it comes to paper roads, there are numerous paper roads on the peninsula in the country. They are not, and they don't line with the actual paper road. And what's your view on that? And secondly, do you have any evidence that suggests that that land, the owner who has been occupying that land for over 110 years, that it was not gifted to them?
No, I have no evidence of that. To be perfectly transparent, I only arrived in the neighbourhood in 2015, so I've been there 9 years, 10 years. And what was the first part, the first question? So that
about paper roads, that there are numerous paper roads in New Zealand. They are not on the actual grid.
Yes.
That they define.
Yes. Yes.
So what is your view on that? From an ethical perspective, that land was gifted to an individual. It could have been a handshake agreement that we don't know of.
Well, my understanding in reading the report that there is no record of that gifting, and that the paper road was mapped prior to what was originally thought that the batch, how long the batch had been there. And so that the batch was built on the legal land. That's my understanding from the report.
Thank you.
All right, that looks like it's answered those questions for now. Thank you very much for coming and presenting to us today. Appreciate your time and your words that you mentioned today.
Yes, can I just ask what the process is from here?
Yes.
My understanding is that this board will make a recommendation to the council, and would this board notify the local residents of that recommendation?
Yeah, I'm making it start.
You will receive a follow-up letter from this meeting to say that the board has decided. The board are considering the report next.
So it's next on our agenda.
Thank you.
So whether you have time, I don't know, to stay or not, but feel free to if you have the time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so you don't require us anymore here?
Don't require you, no. We don't have any more questions for you at this time.
Thank you.
Are we considering it directly next to it?
Okay. Next, we've got staff coming and talking to us. I think Ken's just gone to go and get them. Discussing the staff are here. They're just in the next room.
No, there's Steve.
Oh. Welcome. Welcome, Jacob. Come on up. Sorry, I had a blind spot right there.
What's that behind you? Been a live issue for like.
Please come on up. Do you have enough chairs? Yes.
Yeah, there's only the three of us.
Okay. Once we're all settled, I'll just get you to introduce yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Shout when you're ready.
Looks like, oh, yep, we're ready.
You're ready. Okay. So I'm Jacob Bradbury. I'm manager of planning and delivery in the transport team. This is Mike Thompson, who wrote the report, and Cedric Caranseya, who is our legal advisor on this.
Okay.
Good morning.
It's been in front of the community board several times over the past few years, which I'm sure some of you at least to be aware. So it's sort of been floating around for a while. I think from the research we've done, we're aware that it's been there for at least 80 years. It does sit on unformed road corridor, so there's no doubt, I think, about the legal status of the land that it sits on. there are a number of concerns raised by residents, which are in the report, mostly around access condition, rocks being moved from the foreshore, and how waste is managed. I think we've tried to address those as best we can in the report, so you can understand which bits we've got a view on and which bits we don't, and which bits potentially a licence could deal with and which it couldn't. Based on the modelling from our coastal hazards adaptation programme, our understanding is the batch is expected to see regular inundation in around 20 years, which is kind of why we came to that 25-year licensing suggestion. So looking at the examples in other locations, because there are a few, I mean, every single case is slightly different and has slightly different things about it, but based on the examples we've looked at, we've suggested 3 options, which are licensing the batch with conditions to try and manage the nuisance which has been raised, demand that the residents remove the batch, or leave the situation just as it stands, which I think realistically would be our least favourite, is to sort of ignore the problem and hope it goes away, because I suspect it won't. We recommend the licensing approach. The reasons for that are, at this moment, we have no intent or need for the land. So as far as the unformed road corridor is concerned, as long as there's access on there, we have no real, we're not going to put a 4-lane highway down there. So certainly not in the next 10 years. We think it acknowledges the family's long-term use of the batch, but equally it recognises the other residents' concerns and seeks to address those specific concerns that have been raised. In reality, I think there's no perfect solution, and this is trying to come up with a fair compromise to suit everybody. And so, yeah, with that, we're welcome to questions.
Okay, the Queen's Chain argument, built on the Queen's Chain. Is that a legal issue? Obviously, you wouldn't do it now, but
no, you wouldn't do it now. I think for whatever reason, this batch was established on Paper Road, or Queen's Chain, if you like. It was Crown land and has been Crown land until the 1974 Government Act, which transferred it to the council. So, and as far as historical record is concerned, it was on Crown land, which is now council land or Paper Road. Oh. So staff have had a look to see if there's any record of any permission of whatever kind, either by the Crown or by the council, for the batch to be there from a property perspective, and couldn't find any. So it's there on road and no authorization to do so.
Okay, so the other question I have is I guess I've not heard of any from Kokorata over this.
So we've spoken to our treaty partnerships team have dealt with Kokorata. Their only concern is to do with environmental impact. So I mean, their biggest concern is the allegation of how the waste is being managed. Beyond that, they have no specific interest.
Okay, but they don't acknowledge that is that council land, or was it down?
They don't know. They don't know. As far as they're concerned, there's no evidence that it's ever been gifted. I mean, if it was gifted, it was gifted. I mean, at least 80 years, probably longer ago, and there appears to be no written records of that. So
can't imagine what it is.
Of course, the underlying issue as well is that you can't gift something that's not yours, if you know what I mean. It's Crown land, so you can't. I mean, I'm not quite sure what happened. There's no historical record as to any gifting or anything like that, just in terms of what was on the paper and what the Land Transfer Office has on its record. It was Crown land, and you can't. No, well, I can't gift Crown land. No one else can. Is really what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll go to Tyrone, then we'll come.
No. Keep it. I've got loads.
So I guess the 25 years is a sort of really weird sort of number now they have. And so that's based on inundation from the sea rather than any. So if it was up on a hill, you'd let it stay there for 200 years.
So Taylor's mistake, they're looking at licensing those for 35 years. Here, because of the inundation, we don't believe 35 years is appropriate. But it can always, if the sea level rise isn't quite as fast as we expect, we can always revisit that at a later date.
Thank you. That's to be done.
Great, thanks, Nigel. Yeah, feel free to revisit that. Tara?
Thank you. Thanks, team. So in no particular order, I guess question one is the general vibe from staff in 2017, 2018 was that the batch needed to be removed, right? That was kind of the philosophical kind of angle. What's changed?
Well, that's good.
Go for it, Mike.
Right, yeah, Mike Thompson. Hi, Mike. Yeah, hi. Yeah, a number of things have happened since that time. As it's been stated, the batch hasn't been consented to be on the public land. And so that was the premise then that Cedric can advise us in a better way than I can to be there. But since that time, council has had a significant discussion, I'm sure you may have been involved as well, on the Taylor's Mistake, Hobson's Bay batches. There's approximately 39 batches there. And council made the decision that whilst you can say something is unlawfully established on public land, the council had made a decision in the case of Taylor's Mistake since 2017-18 to say, well, we will license these batches to remain with conditions, of course, unique to them. So we're taking, we sought legal advice, which can be explained further, that yes, under the property rights, it's not, shouldn't be there, but there is a mechanism now for council to license this. Now, that wouldn't be an unlawful act in my view. Cedric can explain that further. If I can just explain, we do have a policy about structures on roads, but it's only relating to non-habitable structures. That could be garages, verandas, etc., architectural features. So the council doesn't have a policy that says you can do this or you can't do this with a habitable structure. But what it has done since the days of Philip Asher in 2017-18 has decided, well, yes, we wouldn't allow them today, but they have been there for a long time at Taylor's Mistake, as this one has been. And so therefore we'll create a situation where we'll license it with particular conditions. So that is one of the three options that we're putting to you here. That's why we arrived at a slightly different situation from that original recommendation to you.
If I could add, perhaps as well, in the staff report that you've all been provided, one of the attachments is a letter, attachment C, from Philip Asher, dated 27 October 2017. And there's a paragraph there where it says, I'll quote it, "At the community board briefing, staff outlined the council's position regarding that fact that there is no legal instrument to allow the occupation of a habitable building on an unformed road." So at the time, Philip thought that there was no legal instrument to license. But I can tell you that there is, the council has sought legal advice for a different situation, Taylor's Mistake, but it's also a paper road. And yes, we can license paper roads. One thing I can tell you though is that there is a decision from the High Court that says if you were to license a paper road, you can't license something that creates a public nuisance. In other words, it hinders passing and repassing, which is why the staff here have thought about, well, what type of license could be granted, which allows that passing and repassing, and every case is different. The staff are telling you that there's no intention to make, I think you said, a 4-lane highway or something like that, or basically not to form it. It's along the coast. So, what sort of access are you expecting here? You'd be expecting foot traffic, I'd imagine, rather than, cars and that sort of thing. So then, you can't license a public nuisance that prevents that sort of passing and repassing by people, walkers, and that sort of thing. So that's what they thought about. I think the short answer is back in 2017, the report said there was no legal way to do this. but actually there is.
Okay, can I just have a follow up to that?
Yes, you can.
Sorry, Nigel.
Yeah, and then Nigel.
And I will have other questions after.
Okay.
So is it appropriate to compare this situation to Taylor's mistake? Because I mean, with Taylor's mistake, there's like a historical context. There's kind of like, you know, it's part of the makeup of the area there that people. I'll just give me a sec. And as far as I'm aware, the batches there don't encroach on other people's access to the sea or their properties. So is it a like for like situation?
It's not exactly a like for like. It's, you know, as Jacob said, every situation's unique. Taylor's mistake has unique issues such as rockfall hazard. This has the foreshore access situation, which is quite hazardous, and from staff we have been there and walked past the batch, and it is quite tricky to get past. And I do acknowledge, depending on the tide level and the swell coming in, the creek can be difficult to cross. But the similarity is that we have tangible evidence that this batch has been there for at least 80 years, since the mid-1940s, and that is in a book, and I have reference to it. I've taken it out of the library and read the book on Kukurata Porlevi, Historical Facts. So the batch has been there. So there is a definite correlation between length of time that the batch has existed.
Does the existing structure date from the 1940s?
From our looking at this, it has, and the speaker, the owner of the batch, has alluded to the fact that there has been changes to the batch, but not substantial in our opinion.
I'd say the element in joinery doesn't date from the 1940s.
No, that to me, from looking at it, looked more like a cladding fitting feature rather than a substantial modification or change to the batch. And as the owner has said, the batch has been subject to general maintenance, and well, they would have to speak to this, but, you know, do you put in an old feature wooden window frame, or do you put in a new door frame? Yeah.
Mine was sort of segueing off that somewhat, about the legal precedents that might be set here to not take this down. Would this be setting up a precedent that will allow someone to go back and re-question the decisions made around other properties that were illegal?
Should I start?
Yeah, go for it.
Right. It's a good question you ask. For there to be a legal precedent, you need to have very similar situations, you know, and I think, yeah, the argument there is that if someone does something on one property, then if you've got exactly the same situation somewhere else, the same outcome should occur. And I think what staff are telling you is that when you're dealing with paper roads, every single situation is different. You know, you've got to look at, well, what's the intention with this paper road? Will it be formed or not? Do people use it? Is it used for vehicle access? Is it used for public access? What's the level of encroachment? How long is the level of encroachment? There's so many factors to figure out about whether you even want to go to license or not go to license. And so, you know, when I say, can you create a legal precedent? If you can find a like-for-like situation, there is potential for precedent, but yeah, it's like, will there be a like-for-like situation?
I come from Makaroa, there's paper roads everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
And just as a supplementary to Nigel's question, because I mean, I'm just looking at the map of the paper road, and I can see at least 2 or 3 houses in Port Levy that encroach on, like, near to this batch, that actually fall across the boundary of the paper road. So I guess my question is that if, let's just say, the board's recommendation was to demolish or to request, or to recommend a demolition, let's just say, what would be what would be the potential impacts for the owners of properties that encroached on legal road? And what I'm hearing is that it's on a case by case basis, and each board gets to decide, as they become, as they kind of move through the system.
Yeah, like I said, they are case by case basis. So there are other issues in other places, as has been alluded to.
Right.
What we're trying to do is manage the nuisance. I think that's the biggest issue. Unless we've got a particular reason that we need that forward road, we're trying to manage the nuisance from it being on what is formerly our land.
Right. Julian's got a question while that's.
I think probably my question follows on quite well from Jacob's comment, that in terms of managing the nuisance. So that we've had since 2017, when there was several some what's listed in there as interim interventions suggested about access and rocks and hedges. But so I'm thinking, well, so why hasn't there been more managing by the council of the nuisance since 2017? And what's going to change? Would change?
All I can say is that, this is not an excuse as such. It's a reason there has been some staff changes. I had worked for the council for a long time, but moved into this particular team that's looking at this issue in recent times. And this was something, the reason I was moved into that team was a backlog of work, this being considered a very important issue to get to the board and look at resolving. And so all I can say is that, and it's been my task to get it to you now today, why we haven't got to it before now is a matter, and that can be discussed, but part of that has been the fact that Taylor's mistake has occurred in the interim, and looking at the outcome of that and the licensing, which is still an ongoing thing because there's so many batches there with so many different conditions for each batch. Yeah, so I know that might not be acceptable to you, but there's been a combination of reasons why it's taken till now.
I guess the follow-up question would be then, would you have a more, do you think it'd be more likely that those issues would be followed up now, whereas they went so much in 2017?
Yes, it is our objective here now. Once we have your board recommendation to council and the final decision of council staff, we wish to have this resolved to satisfaction of everybody as far as we can.
Yeah, thank you. It was a good report. I enjoyed. Thank you for that. When was the last time council received a first complaint about this?
I've been involved in communication with people over the last few months, late last year and early this year, and certainly that involves them raising their concerns about the batch. Obviously there's some very polarised views here, but yes, so in very recent weeks we've had complaints. I did make a map, or I have a map, an aerial photograph, and I've ticked off properties. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 properties that I can see that we have written record of complaints.
Okay, 4 more complaints. Now, regarding this access, the argument seems to be around the hedge and wall that has been built. From the pictures, I don't know this area very well, so I can't say, but it looks like that the way that wall has been put, people could walk over it, even on a high tide, and that actually, and then the hedge could be removed. So that solves the problem of access and the condition. and rock being pinching off from the beach. Those are the three main issues that the council is addressing here.
Can I just say, in the words in the report that we've all had involvement with, we're recommending that the foreshore, the Boulder Beach, be returned to its natural form. The natural form at the moment is being compromised because it has been retained. We've got a number of photos of it being in various stages of repair. Sometimes it looks like the boulders have been retained quite well, and other times the retaining is collapsing. And I think that would be very much subject to, if you had significant storms coming in, could wipe that out. And I have personally, with colleagues, walked around it, and it wasn't an easy walk around. So hence our recommendation that may not be the owners may not agree with, is to remove the Makukapa hedge and make good the ground to make a decent walking path. So it's independent of how high the tide is or the storm. Now, we recognise that would absolutely ruin the privacy of the batch. However, it would be similar to the situation at Taylor's Mistake, where you can literally walk right past the batches, the windows of the batches.
On the left-hand side of that page, when you are facing the harbour, is there walking access or a road that people could drive to the beach?
When you say the left-hand, there's generally a south side, or going towards the start of the bay. That is quite a wide grassed area. You know, photos will show picnic tables, etc. That's easily traversed to a point. When you go to the other side, which I call the north side or the jetty side, there is a formed metal track which services about 3 properties from memory. The metal track then turns to go into a property, and then access then it has to be by traversing a creek, which has been mentioned, which has changed.
So it's quite a steep drop down into the creek, and then you go across the creek. I wasn't there at high tide, but probably a couple of hours before, and you can see the creek start to fill with water at that point. So it's not something you drive along. There's certainly not space, certainly not at high tide.
Okay. I think around access, I'm aware of 2 cases at the council where an individual can put a gate on a paper road or public road as long as it is not padlocked. It is okay, they can do that. So in this case, I'm just asking why access to that very particular area is so important for people that it has become a question here. Is it something different in that very property?
It seems to be just one of the factors of those who do not wish the batch to be there. They have mentioned that as an issue, that, and from what we understand and have observed from speaking, that yes, there used to be a locked gate there, but that has since been, the last picture I saw, it was no gate at all.
Yeah.
And if there is one, it's certainly unlocked.
No, there's no gate at all.
There's no gate.
From a couple of weeks ago, there's no gate there at all.
Thank you.
Just a quick question, just a couple of things you've just said now. If you remove the hedge and return the rocks back to its natural form, would it then reduce some complaints around the issue? And would it,
I don't know. I mean, we can't really comment on that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so would that be kind of, is it something that we can spend time to decide on whether it would be, bring peace to that?
Certainly would address the issues, or many of the issues that have been raised. And beyond that, I mean, I'm trying to second guess what other people will say, and I'm not in a position to do that, so I don't think we can comment on that.
I think you've answered the question there. Tyrone.
Thank you. So I guess that this was not going to be my question, but I'm going to ask it on the back of Kathy's question. Like, the bit that I'm struggling to understand is, like, you just said that like the gates were unlocked a couple of weeks ago, but this has been dragging on for like almost a decade. And so like, why has there not been action up until now, in your opinion?
Yeah, that was, I think.
Yeah, right, okay. So, yeah, I've got more questions. So in terms of the staff recommendation is that the Macapa hedge must be trimmed to the council's satisfaction or removed. So they're two different things, but from Mike, what you said is that you kind of implied that removal is the end game there, if we went with the staff recommendation. Is that fair to say?
Our end game is access.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've got any real position on how that's achieved, beyond protection of the foreshore. So I don't think we've got any particular issues about whether the hedge is there or not, as long as access can be maintained and the foreshore can be returned to a fairly natural state.
And what's the timeline that would be required to occur within?
I mean, it depends what's negotiated as part of the license.
And would you take a steer from the board on that?
Yes, I'm sure we would. Yeah, but it also depends on the property team's resources.
But also, it seems that access and being able to walk along the beach and all of those things and getting the rock wall back to its natural state, like they're all the issues, and this recommendation, as far as I can tell, addresses those. But I'm hearing today that still would not meet the needs of the local residents, and I'm not asking you to be able to second guess why that is, but like it feels to me like that there needs to be a negotiated solution, but it just feels like it's impossible to get that. So I'm just kind of wondering why there hasn't been a negotiated solution between all the different parties, and that we have to come to a board decision. Like it couldn't be resolved through mediation.
All I can say to that, through the chair, is that my recollection of comments from various colleagues in the past is that there has been some rather unpleasant communications between various parties at Port Levy, and you've just heard one speaker make a claim about the situation at the weekend. Yes, our former colleague, Mr. Philip Basher, did indicate that one meeting was particularly, there was quite a number of unpleasant situations occurred. So I think that is part of the reason that we haven't really tried to get everyone together.
Understood. Thank you very much. Tyrone, does that answer for you? Because I think Asaph's got one more. We need to think about winding it up and getting to a point where we make a decision about it.
Yeah, thank you. It's a final question. So if we choose, let's say, your preferred option, is there a monitoring plan in place the council has to visually, mitigate how those conditions of the beach, environmental and visual impact will be monitored?
Yes. See, what would happen is nothing has happened till now, but if the outcome of this was that a license was created and agreed with the conditions, then we have an official course of action to take. At the moment, if we were to go over there and monitor it, what are we monitoring? Whereas a license with conditions is something we could say, yes, this is being done, or this isn't being done. Okay.
Well, I think the one thing that we all can agree on is the state of the report and the wonderful job Mike and your team have done on this. So thank you very much for putting it all there so that we can absorb it and absorb what people have said today. I think we'll move on and make a decision around that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to talk to Liz.
Please ask some clarifying questions.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm quite keen to table an amendment or a foreshadowed motion. So I'm just wondering what the procedure is there, like can we just, or could I ask the chair to
Yes,
suspend the meeting for a few minutes so I can talk to Liz?
Yeah, it looks like we need to have a break anyway, I think, because we've been at this, it's 11:30. 10 minute adjournment just to clarify what the next step is.
We'll be back at 2022.
Thank you very much.
Farewell.
Thanks, everybody. It's good to have that break. It's been a good, intense morning. But yeah, a break was much needed. Okay, so we have heard invitations, we've heard from staff. We will now move on to the resolution, which is we need a mover for the recommendation from staff.
Hang on, I've actually sent through an amendment to the recommendation.
Amendment to the recommendation.
No, I've sent through a foreshadow, but I also sent through an amendment to the recommendations.
Just arrived, sorry.
Okay, let's have a little look at that.
We can put up with
Scurrying that's going on.
Although if I amend it, does that mean I'm moving it by?
Good question.
You are, aren't you?
Let's just take we'll just take our time to figure out this properly. It's really important with process too. Sure. Yes, that's we're just checking that this is
Well, I need to know if I'm automatically moving it if I've amended it though, because I don't want to do that.
You can, at the start, the chair asked to remove the staff recommendations. You can say, I have an amendment.
Right.
Would be moving, yeah, but we're not accepting the. Right, but yeah, that's right. I did your own list. Yeah, it's up to you. Why? Yeah, I'm happy to receive it, but I'm not happy to. So what you're doing is amending to council. Right, it's not a good decision. It's a recommendation to council, so you're saying to council, we think.
okay. It is good to clarify. These are important decisions, so we want to make sure that we get the process right. So that's why we'll take time over this to get this sorted so that it's all I's are dotted and T's are crossed.
Do you have a recommendation for an amendment from when the licence was granted?
Okay.
Or timeline.
Okay, so timeline on the license, which is what's the amendment?
She sent it to me.
But if that means I'm automatically moving the motion, I will withdraw the amendment, that's what I'm saying, because I don't want to be moving it.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get
Yeah,
this.
sorry.
So we can just need to get into an email.
I hope not.
Do you want the amendment up first?
Yeah.
Thank you for your patience, everybody.
Just the marching it so you can read it.
Oh.
I have to just.
It's done, it's done.
Sorry. Okay, well done. Okay, so this is the proposed amendment. Proves the granting of the license. Can everybody read this or do they want me to read it out? Proves the granting of a license over unformed legal road adjoining 23 and 3B per hour road. Port Levy to legitimise the legacy encroachment of the dwelling, the batch, as shown in attachment A2. Delegates on authority to the property consultancy manager to negotiate and enter into the deed of licence on council standard terms and conditions, including but not limited to a term of 10 years less 1 day. B, a negotiated licence fee. C, the requirement of the licensee to hold a public liability insurance of at least 2 million. D, the public's right of access must not be obstructed, and the harbour hedge must be removed, and the retaining wall must be removed and the foreshore return to its natural form, and this must be resolved within 6 months.
From the granting of the license.
From the granting of license, okay. Reassessment of the license if the structure is reconstructed. Is everything else in that the same as it was before? Okay. So the proposed change looks like it is for a 10-year. Remove that carpet hedge within 6 months of granting the license. Is that the two differences that you saw there, Tyrone, when you put forward?
Reduction of the license time and direction that which must be removed.
Must be removed rather than it being trimmed or removed depending on access.
I'm not comfortable with 6 months from the granting of the license. I'm saying 6 months from the council's decision, because the granting of the license, that could be, who knows? Could we, yes, please.
Okay, we're asking for staff advice on the difference between from the granting of the license to the approval from council. What's the difference between those two?
Right. So we say from the council decision, I'm not at this point able to comment on what our ability to enforce that would be, or how that would work. Certainly from once we have a license in place, there would be a mechanism to deal with it.
Okay.
There may be a mechanism to deal with it before, but I'm not sure and I couldn't comment at this point.
Sure, thank you. Appreciate that. What does that mean for you then, Tyrone, with regards to that?
Well, it just, I can say that in debate.
And what I'm saying
That's
is,
good. It's helpful.
Do you want to keep it at the retaining of?
Well, it is what it is. So
6 months from granting the license.
It is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we've got the wording, got the understanding.
So, and just to note that, of course, this is just a
This is just a
recommendation of the board. The
recommendation.
decision goes to council.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I understand that.
Do we know how long it takes to get for a license to be granted? Would take.
Renegotiating.
Madam Chair, I did talk to the property consultancy team, and be different to Tara's mistake. It's less complex. They anticipate 3 to 4 months. I can't guarantee that, but that is their estimated
Okay.
timeline.
All right.
From the date of council decision.
Thank you. So that's the proposed amendment. Sorry, proposed amendment on the recommendation. We need to see if there is a seconder on that. Yes.
I just want to make, why 10 years of lease not change to 10? What is the rationale behind that?
What's the question?
10 years lease 1 day.
Lease 1 day.
Like, what was the number before that? 25 years?
25 years.
Lease 1 day.
Yeah, so
It's
why,
just
what has changed?
25 years is a long time.
Yeah.
And we're making a recommendation to council. And so I just want to put a, I don't know whether or not this recommendation is going to go through, but if it does, I just would like that the recommendation be more stringent for the council just to have to decide on whether that's probably where it's coming from.
I understand that.
Okay, yeah,
Sorry,
understand.
I'm kind of debating now.
Yes, so we will be able to discuss that more after we've had either a mover or a seconder. For Tyrone's amendment, yeah. So we haven't decided on this yet. We need a mover and a seconder so that we can have debate.
And the mover that just gets us into the debate.
Debate, yes.
Well, I'm happy to see that the mover.
So Tyrone moved.
Nigel and Gillian. Oh,
Sorry.
Tyrone moved the amendment?
So I have moved it by nature of putting it up.
Absolutely.
Right.
That was.
Yes, you've moved that whole.
Yeah. But I didn't want to put it up if it meant that I had it was automatically moving it, but be that as it may, that's all right. I've moved it now.
Okay.
Shows in the
And
free.
so then Nigel has seconded it. Okay, we're moving into debate in regards to this now. Can we still have it up? Is that okay? Thank you. Right. Okay, what do we think about it?
So, well, for a start, I don't like to see anyone's property as damaged removed. I don't think the Queen's Chain is an issue. I don't see the paper road as an issue. The fact that the Kokarata have no concerns other than environmental, I'm happy to see that. I think this is a halfway point. It's had some validity around.
Because we're just debating the change of this.
It's really just about the time before it has to be removed. It's really.
Okay, do you like the 10 years?
I struggle with 25. I just was stuck with that overall. I think that is a long time. But at the same time, I don't want to see people's lives disrupted. I grew up in a town where the council blew up a house that they couldn't make a decision on. They put dynamite under it. So this has come a long way. And I think respecting the fact that these people have had that property for a very long time, how or why, I don't see those Green Chain, Paper Road or Marykins. And they're all okay in my book, so I'm happy to see it retained, but possibly for a lesser period of time.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
my position on that.
Great, thank you, Nigel. Thank you for speaking on the potential amendment. Kathy.
I've been very challenged on the whole governance issue and our approach on our ethics and why we sit here. We know about people, we come and go. You know, what we need to really think about around this table is good for the environment and good for the public good. And so, yeah, with that, I just really think the decisions we make here, recommendations, and I agree, I think, with the shorter time frame and things about removing hedges and making it more accessible and returning, you know, rocks back to its net. Those things are all important. And yeah, I just recommending it straight to council in that form. And what happens after that? Is it like out of our hands, out of the community's hands, knowing that they've had, you know, it's been very disruptive for them. But I can kind of understand what you're saying, Nigel, about people have been there a long time too. But, you know, public and environment is big for me. So I have to kind of put that before everything else.
Please feel the need to disagree. Don't think
That's right.
anyway.
No, but I mean, what I'm saying is I get it. However, people in public is go on that.
I'm just thinking about, because we're talking now, aren't we, about the changes proposed?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
About issues, but just in terms of the macrocapa hedge, so whether it's trimmed or removed, which are the two options we're thinking about.
You were debating whether it should be removed.
Yeah.
We're debating the motion, right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So
That element?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the elements. Just, I mean, I don't really feel I have enough information to know what's better, and haven't seen, well, I probably have seen the hedge, but I didn't look at it in that regard at the time. So I find that a bit hard to decide which is better. I mean, I can see that if you remove it, there's no more monitoring required, whereas the trimming bit, they grow and the council would be having to forever coming back and thinking, well, is it trimmed enough or not, or you know how often would you need to do that? It's an issue.
So you have questions about the removed part?
Yeah, like I suppose I would then possibly have a question, if it was possible, for staff about whether removing is going to improve access a whole lot, or whether trimming is fine in terms of access. So I don't know that. I don't know that at the moment.
Yeah, and we won't know that in debate. So yeah,
not very useful.
Yes. All right.
Right, I'm going to take the unusual step of saying that I don't support the motion that I've put up. But the reason I put it up is that because I'm only one vote here. If it does go to council, then at least it's a modified thing that places greater responsibility on the batch owner to meet the needs of the community in a shorter time frame for the license as well, that I think is more, as you say, Nigel, more palatable. So So I don't support this. I have concerns about that it's just letting something that's just been going almost a decade now to carry on much longer. So nobody really wins, and there's no certainty. But as I say, like if it does go to council, at least it's a more stringent recommendation. Or when it goes to council, at least it's a more stringent recommendation. The thing that really concerns me about this whole thing is that we've heard today that there's obviously a real good deal of animosity on both sides, and there has not been a negotiated solution has been able to happen. So it feels to me like, despite a number of opportunities to act in good faith in terms of the community from the batch owner, that has not occurred. The hedge is still there. The access has only just recently been granted. There has been a very long period of time to be able to enact that to happen. That could have been done in good faith a very long time ago, in which case a negotiated solution was probably could have been reached. That's the thing that really concerns me. This just seems to have been an unwilling, and just some of the terminology that was used describing other residents in the bay and Port Levy as well. It's sort of a resonant of some of the language that gets used around Littleton sometimes that I find quite unpalatable as well. And so on those grounds, I don't support this this motion, even though I've put it up, and I've put a foreshadowed motion up. Yeah.
Foreshadowed motion, you need to tell.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Shall I withdraw that comment?
We will do that in the appropriate place. So we'll just continue to do that. Okay. 1 minute. So yeah, my input in this particular wording. Yeah, I have an issue around removed as well. So I don't know what would be appropriate there. I think that's for city staff to be able to figure that out. And yeah, this here seems to be a little bit more directive, and there are some issues I have around the wording, so I'm not loving this, but that's fine. Don't have to. Just letting you know where I'm in that. Yes. Yes, you were still debate, so you're happy to speak to that.
Yeah.
I just want to add about the paper road and its legality of it, and yeah, what are we setting precedent there? Or, yeah, it's not legal in the first place.
Does anybody have anything else that they would like to say?
Thank you. I think given the 3 options that we have, one option to do nothing and one.
Well, we're just discussing this one at this stage.
Okay. So.
Sorry, point of clarification. We're in debate, right?
Yes,
so
it's awfully confusing.
Yeah. Is both parties needs to come to a conclusion somehow. Given one of the options is to remove and one to do nothing. So both the council has explored in the past and they haven't proved anything. So that leaves with an option that if the council could come up in agreement with, with the badge owner to do some modification and show some sort of flexibility. I think it is a good balanced approach that both parties will come to some terms. I understand the number of years reduced from 25 to 10. I think it would make sense, and I believe it will be a rolling lease from there on. After 10 years, given all parties are happy with the conditions there of the lease. So, yeah, that's from me. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go to you, Nigel, and then we will put the motion.
Okay, I just, it's actually.
I've got a right of wrapping it up with this.
Oh, so you
I
have the
do
right, yes, you do.
have just a quick staff question, which I don't believe is answered. What happens to the land once that building is removed? Does that ownership of that land stay with the current owner?
That's the council, the council owns the land.
Council owner, council land, sorry. Yeah, so I'll pick that up. Okay, thank you for that.
Right of reply.
So again, like I would ask so can I just actually question for staff? So if this motion fails, do we go, what happens? Do we revert back to the
Staff recommendation.
original staff recommendation? Right, okay, cool. So again, I've put this this amendment up, but I would urge my colleagues to vote against it so that we can revert to the I'm really just testing whether or not there's an appetite from elected members to push through a tighter version of the staff recommendation. But I'm gonna, as I say, I'm gonna vote against it on the grounds that I don't really agree with the overall the overall conclusion of where this would head. So yeah, so that's been wrapped up. Yeah.
So let's test the waters. All those in favour of this?
Just before we go.
Just something before.
No, he's just had his right of reply, which finished the debate.
It's just process, sorry.
Have you got a question? A clarifying question? Okay.
So if we vote for this,
yeah,
does that then negate all the others?
No.
This goes in the line.
No, we go back to the staff recommendation.
Right, so this disappears.
Yes. Do you have a question, Arthur?
Yes, it wouldn't have been easier if Tyrone had taken the amendment back, then we don't have to vote for it. What's the point?
He's decided to do this in the way that he's done it, so it is what it is. Yep. Okay, let's test the waters. All those in favour? Nigel's in favour?
All in favour of this?
Yes.
Amendment.
This amendment, what we see up there, what we've just discussed. Gillian?
No.
Arthur?
Yeah.
All those against?
No.
No. No abstentions? So 3-3. What do we do now? Oh, there's an alarm.
You have a casting vote. Yes, I was just going to say, you have the casting vote.
The deciding vote.
Yes.
Yay.
Especially given to.
Well, I voted already that I'll stick with my original vote against this movement.
And that was.
And no.
So that motion is now lapsed. Hasn't carried.
No,
Back to the recommendations of the report.
Okay, thank you.
And I have a foreshadowed motion should the staff recommendation.
The staff recs moved and seconded, then you can indicate that you've got.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
yeah.
so we'll just take it step by step. No, you're right. It's complicated today.
It's complicated.
Let's go back to the staff recommendations. We'll pull that up so we can see clearly.
You need to move it in a second.
All right. So everybody's absorbed that. We need a mover and a seconder. That's it. Moving it. Seconded. I'm happy to second it. And then we will go around.
Now tell us.
Oh, I have a foreshadowed motion.
And it is.
Um,
Would you like?
yeah. Should this motion fail? I can read it out if you would like. Yeah, put it up on the thing.
Now, just to clarify what foreshadowing is, please start.
Yeah.
While you're finding it, can you clarify what foreshadowing means?
Foreshadowing is that it's an alternative resolution. So it's not an amendment. Didn't fit around with the words of the original. It is a completely alternative resolution. And it's good for the board to, you need to know what the foreshadowed is, because then it impacts on your decision of the original motion that's on the table. If the original motion fails, or for want of a seconder or voting, the foreshadowed motion comes forward for you to vote on.
Is that clear? It's like a backup. Okay. Yeah. So this is the foreshadowing. The community board recommends to council that it supports option 2, demolition and removal of the batch, and that it delegates to staff to ensure that this is carried out within 2 years, and that any budget required to do this in the staff report to council is included in the staff report to council. Okay, so that's the foreshadowing after, if necessary, if that happens to be the case. Let's focus back on, I guess it's debate around the staff recommendation. So 3 minutes each, yes, we need to time it because time is getting away.
Do we have a mover and a seconder for it?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, we do, yeah.
Thank you for checking that.
Sorry,
Who would like to be first on the debate if they need it?
Well, the mover, I guess.
I think it's a bit abrupt. Myself personally, I think, you know, I feel for the people that have had that. It's you know, they're fucking.
You feel that foreshadowing?
You're debating the staff recommendations.
No, not that. Can we bring up the staff recommendations? Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, I'm debating that.
Okay, you feel that this is a bit abrupt? Yeah.
Well, the 2 years.
No,
so-
the
25 years less 1 day.
Staff recommendation.
We've bounced around a bit, so it is confusing. Thank you.
Yeah,
for
totally
clarifying.
confusing.
This is a highly unusual
It is, it's
situation.
an unusual process.
Never been.
What we are debating now is what's up in front, which is the staff recommendation with a 25-year lease, negotiation license fee, liability insurance, public right to access, and that means that the retaining wall must be removed and that the hedge needs to be either trimmed or removed depending on what works best for the council, and reassessment of the licence if the structure is reconstructed or altered, and the council will not be responsible to repair or retain the structure in the event of a coastal level, well, inundation or natural hazard. So that's what we are debating now, because we've had a mover and a seconder on this, and we are going to vote on this afterwards, so you may want people to know why you voted the way you're going to vote.
Yeah, should I say?
Yes, you go for it.
I think this is a relatively fair conclusion because they've had that property a very long time, and I don't see any really legal. I see environmental reasons why it shouldn't be there. I also know that there are other properties, and one right in the middle of Rākaihautū is a lease, is an unconsented property that's leased, has a lease on it, council land. So yeah, that's my thoughts.
Thank you, Nigel. Who would like to be next? All right.
Sure, okay, I don't support this. I think that it doesn't put enough restrictions on the batch owner to be able to meet the community's expectation and need. I'm deeply concerned that we've not been able to get to a negotiated solution after all the conversations over the years, and that basically we're sitting here in a community board meeting on a Monday afternoon, and there's still the relative groups are still taking pot shots at one another. It's a bit of a concern, and so I've foreshadowed a motion which I think is a better outcome for the community, which is ultimately we don't have any either of the Mount Herbert representatives here today on the local councillor, and I feel like I need to speak on behalf of the community. I've heard very loud and clear what their expectations are, and so I do not support this at all.
Thank you, Terry. I also feel that this is very fair. It seems to address the issues that are at hand and in a fair way and hopefully a measured way as well. There'll be ongoing consultation around that. And the term is 25 years. It's hard to know how that is, but I felt that 10 was too short.
Yeah, I disagree too. I think there's still lots of community dissatisfaction, and I think we need to address that. Also, just, you know, you need to live in harmony in your communities. environmentally as well, there's things we need to do, and for public access. I mean, with coastal inundations coming, we all need to enjoy the space. So, yeah, and it was illegally built in the first place. So there's a few things still to address, I think.
Okay. Thank you, Debbie.
I think that it's very disappointing that it sounds like there's so much antagonism in the community. And I know how these things build up, and I have a community, another community I'm associated with, where there's these things going on, and these things go on for ages, and they're not good for anybody. Also, that it has taken, there seems to be a long period of inaction by the council, but I can appreciate that it sounds like the Taylor's Mistake Batch decision was, has been going on for decades, but there's been some resolution of that in recent times, and that has had an impact on this recommendation by the staff. I also was taken by Mike Thompson's comment about that the license that now the change, when I asked about, well, what's changed from the last 8 years, that the license would give the council staff a lot more ability and a lot more certainty in terms of what those conditions are to follow through and enforce them, which of course is one of the, what's mentioned is one of the disadvantages of this option, that it will cost the council to monitor those conditions. We don't know what that cost is, but of course, there'll be people going over there and keeping track of everything. So there is that cost there. But yes, it seems quite a major thing for us to all of a sudden be. We haven't had much information about this before this meeting. So yes, it's been thrust upon us.
Thank you, Gillian.
I actually have a question, if I may, which is that if it goes to council, whatever decision goes to council, and council,
it will go to council.
So whatever goes to council, and council disagree with it, does it then revert to do nothing?
They can change the
recommendations.
Yes,
All
they can
conditions.
not take heed of the board recommendation and make another decision.
Right.
Is that what you're looking for?
But if
It doesn't guarantee. Yes,
it doesn't guarantee do nothing. That's fine. It could be anything. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Given the information provided in this report and my understanding of that area and how Banks Peninsula and other parts of rural and New Zealand country work, is people build a badge, we can build a badge here. And part of the reason was it's a beautiful country so that people from the city could enjoy this place. And I understand that people who live on the peninsula, they live for a very particular reason. And I think given the differences that we have, we should acknowledge the fact that I have the right to enjoy a place. Everyone else has the same right to enjoy that place. So I think the recommendation by staff is quite balanced with the information that I have and my understanding. And I encourage badge owners to settle the details with the council and basically try to mitigate those differences that they have, because there's a whakatauki that says that we will perish and the land will remain. And so we can have differences, but I think it's a time we should put those behind us and just enjoy this place. God knows we have adaptation plan is coming. Climate change is vital to our livelihood and lives. That area may not be there in 50 years or so. But whatever we have, we should live in harmony and enjoy that area as much as we can and allow others to do the same. I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Nathan.
thank you. That was part of my debate.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, is that everybody that wanted to? Right, let's put the motion.
Sorry, so that's your right of reply as well?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, we are now voting on what's ahead of us there.
Should we just take it straight to a division?
Do you reckon it will be? No, let's go. Right, all those in favour?
Excuse me, Chief, if a member has asked for a division count, I have to.
You have to? Okay, that's fine. A division, they have to count independently who's voting for what. Okay, all those in favour?
No, just
No,
individually.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, Tyrone, do you want to start?
Well, we'll might as well call it.
Okay, sorry, I haven't done that before, so I think, yeah.
Nigel.
Why me? Okay, I vote for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tyrone.
No,
Asa,
Yes.
Gillian,
Yes.
Kathy,
No.
the motion has passed.
Then yes.
Oh, no, sorry.
No, you don't, you didn't need that, but I just didn't want to be left out.
Yeah, the motion has passed.
Okay,
4-2.
motion is passed 4-2. Right, unless there's other official dotting of i's and crossing of t's, I think we need a break.
Can you just tell the people what will happen now? They will come to council in what sort of time?
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, that here is our recommendation to council. This will be taken by staff to council, and then they will then sit on that. And then staff will be in touch with you. I'd imagine there'll be deputations and public forums.
No, this was the deputation
Okay.
opportunity. So the board has heard it and made a recommendation to council, and that will probably make the May council meeting.
May council meeting. April.
Will it make April?
The May or the April meeting. How will people know about it?
They will get, the people who made a deputation will get a follow-up letter within the week.
Okay, so if you've made a deputation, you will get a letter about the follow-up meeting. So you will be informed about what that means. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. And be staying focused this whole time on this, yeah, how it worked out today. That was unusual. And thank you for your patience. Okay, we'll have a lunch break, I think. Of half an hour? Half an hour, we'll be back at 12:45. Okay. And we're back. After lunch, great, let's get back into it. Number 6 was presentation of petitions. We don't have any today. And we've got reserve committee meeting minutes. Linda, come on up the front.
Hello. Very mindful that you've had a tough morning, so I don't want to say too much, but I would like to highlight some points of interest with the annual plan in mind.
Yes.
From your reserve committees. Shell would like board support for their request for a public toilet block and outdoor shower to service visitors to the beach and boat ramp. Littleton Reserves, they've had a discussion around the botanical survey of Rākaihautū Reserve completed at the end of 2023. Notes of the discussion are included in their minutes, but the main takeaway was that weed control and natural regeneration should be key priorities for this reserve, which needs more attention than what the parks budget can cover, particularly in weed management. So the committee has asked the board to consider supporting the annual plan bid for additional funding for weed management, a botanical survey for Uruma Reserve, and an invertebrate and lizard survey for both reserves. So they're looking for an additional 10K per year for weed management and up to 20,000 for surveys just in the next year. The Cairns Bay, this was not for the annual plan, but the Reserve Committee has asked that the Community Facilities team address maintenance concerns such as spouting and black mould at Cairns Bay Hall.
Okay.
Stanley Park have appointed Charles de Lambert as chairperson and Sarah Ott is now the secretary there. They've been very proactive about safety of their tracks and have been planning upgrades for months, but have been delayed due to a lack of funding. The recent accident on one of the tracks highlights how important it is to invest in track safety and maintenance. So Stanley Park Reserve Committee have requested board support for funding through the annual plan for upgrades to 2 tracks. That's it for the reserve committees. Thank you.
Did you have a question?
It's a question more than an observation. I think there's a lot of people wanting stuff to go in this annual plan, but we've had a discussion, Lynn and I and with staff, and it would appear really that if we're asking for more, it's got to come from somewhere else within our budget, correct? Yes. I think it's important that everyone knows that, anyone listening. That is actually, it's just trying to retain existing money in the plan is probably the major focus. But long-term plan next year, I guess, is it?
Yes.
So
No, year after.
Year after, is it? Okay.
Oh, because years will be October, so the year after.
Yeah, but take on board, definitely the track safety is a big issue.
Yes.
And devotional toilets, are they in the annual plan or the long-term plan?
There was a very small amount of about 5,000, I think, which could have been into as an investigated amount, perhaps. Yeah. I'm not sure, but nothing for the next year.
No. Okay.
That I could see.
Good.
Give me 2 seconds to highlight for the long-term plan to council. Do the show. Just one.
It brings into question the infrastructure, like the government tourist fund, because it's really sort of sits very much in this assets for tourism as well.
Yes, both the track maintenance, the track upgrades and maintenance and public toilet facilities have been recommended for the tourism infrastructure fund by the board. Yeah.
And then highlighted that to council.
Oh, great.
Point of clarification, I don't quite understand. So having looked through the reserve committee minutes for Littleton, but the things you mentioned, Linda, there, in terms of what they want, that doesn't come out of them. To me, I couldn't see that in the minutes, but is your information supplementary? How does that work?
They sent a bid. They sent some bids through for the annual plan, yes. So that was separate to them.
Okay.
That's good to know. Great. Okay, so we need to accept the reserve committee minutes. Is that right? What we're doing? All those in favour? Against? Oh, I moved and seconded. Oh,
I
no.
don't know that.
Okay, yeah, I moved it and then Nigel seconded it. All those in favour? Against? It's carried. Oh, no. Turn on, Brain, turn on. All right, and then so you're updating us also on the Whakaaro Museum Advisory Committee, or am I
Yes.
jumping ahead?
No, that's right.
Okay.
Yes. So the Friends Whakaaro Museum recently purchased a rare silver and whalebone pin in the form of a whaling harpoon with the word Ikoraki attached, which indicates its association with the Ikoraki whaling station of the 1830s. So it's of significance locally. And the committee acknowledged Nigel Harrison's support with the auction strategy for the purchase of the jewellery. One of the ways they raise money to support the museum is through their annual Akaroa Antiques Fair, at which they raised around $3,500 this year. The museum has a summer exhibition going called The Measure of Things, drawing from its own collection a variety of objects relating to measurement. And on the 24th of March, the museum will be hosting the launch of a newly published book documenting the history of the Haylock family, who arrived in Akaroa on the Monarch in April 1850.
That's something that a lot of people don't know, that the Monarch went in there first, and a lot of people jumped off because they thought it looked like a pretty good place. Then it came in here. One of the first 4 ships went there first.
Awesome. Right, shall we have a mover to accept these minutes? Gillian and seconder Kathy. All those in favour? Aye. Carried. Thank you. Thanks very much, Linda.
Thanks.
Staff reports. Joe and Dane, we're going to hear about the Littleton, I was about to say Littleton, oh, okay, it's really starting to lose the plot. Littleton Recreation Centre.
I'll be presenting with Joe and Dane. I'm the new manager of the of Manawakafu, is our new name gifted to us by Ngāti Whiki 2023, I believe, at the end of that year. You may have met Nathan Major, who was the previous facility manager. Some of you may have met him
What's your name?
Eve. Sorry.
Hi, Eve.
Hi. And I took over for him in a part-time role. So his role was split between some of our trust and myself. But then that's kind of just developed into a full-time role and progressed as such. So I'm just here to kind of present the happenings of Manawakafu and what's kind of been happening in the last couple of years. I'll just start off with some of our current projects that we've got on the radar, starting with some window tinting done in our sports hall. So especially in those summer months, the sun glare can kind of come through, and really stopping that sun blindness as you're playing catchball or volleyball or whatever our hara is playing at that time. We want to apply for some funding for some new floor cleaner batteries for our ride-on floor cleaner, because if that goes, then I'll be there with a bucket and a mop doing the whole floor. So that's, that wouldn't be ideal. So we're really trying to get that before they kind of blow, essentially. Next on our radar, we really want to get our squash court and our sports hall floor resurfaced. And in terms of the sports hall, we're on the council list of, among other facilities in Christchurch to be redone. Obviously, that's lots of facilities are wanting that redone, so we don't really have a time frame for that. Next thing I'd like to highlight is solar panels. So we're working with the Littleton Energy Transition Society, so they are really taking the lead in finding that funding to do so, and the trust, the council, and obviously the Transition Society are all supportive of getting this done. I think, Joe, did you want to mention something?
It's sort of just a bit of a navigation, scoping out the building to make sure that it is actually feasible to put the solar panels on, and just so there's a bit of that sort of scoping questions happening at the moment. But as Eve has alluded to, probably the biggest challenge is the funding. So that's where the Energy Transition Society are working hard to try and build relationships and partnerships to see if that can happen.
Next thing is, so heating has been highlighted as a major issue of the facility. It's a very old building. So it's not double glazed, so it doesn't hold heat very well, and it also gets very hot in the summer, so it's not very efficient with that. So that's something that we've highlighted as well. We want to get some kind of ventilation or something to do with the main sports hall to kind of help that heating system. Next is we want to make the building more accessible, so especially having an accessible bathroom in the downstairs sports hall, because otherwise if you're a wheelchair user, you can't really, you'd have to go outside of the building through that main entranceway back at the top to use the accessible bathroom, as there's obviously stairs to get from the top to the bottom. It's not ideal, so if we can kind of do something, that would be fantastic. And then the last kind of project that I wanted to mention is walkway resurfacing. So that's just the grit of the walkways on the lower levels and the high levels, just to make it a bit more safe for everyone involved, especially when it's raining. And that's in the process of, so that's obviously in the process of doing that for the council. It's planned, yeah. Next point, I just want to highlight our usage from so we use a system called Pay to Play. So it was initially a national kind of organisation that helped squash courts, people from the public booking it online, paying, coming and play their squash. So we use Pay to Play for our sports hall, Trinity Hall, and our mezzanine floor, which we offer table tennis and pool as well. So from 2023 to 2024, we actually have a 200-hour increase from that time period. So that's about a 30% rise from 2023 to 2024, which we're really pleased about. That's really positive.
That's a squash, people playing squash in there.
Yeah, so squash, we've got some really keen table tennis guys that are in often. Local basketballers, like a lot of the youth are really coming in and playing basketball. And that's probably our main one in terms of the casual, pay online and then you get a little door code, enter in through that way. So our main users are obviously locals in the wider Banks Peninsula community. I would love to kind of bring people from Christchurch in. And we've done that a little bit through our 3v3 basketball tournament, which we've held annually now. So that was, I think we had about 15 teams in December of last year. So that's a pretty cool event. But that's an area we can definitely look into to bringing that exposure from even Heathcote, kind of St. Martin's area, if we can get them in here, that would be fantastic. I've worked out that we have an average of around 300 people walk through our doors per week. So that's, inclusive of our regular bookings and our casual Pay to Play users. But that often those bookings are really made up in the later of the day when everyone's finished work and they come do their class or what have you and play basketball. We have a wide range demographic. So we also have the Plunket nurse in that space as well behind my office. So obviously newborns and mums and bubs coming through. Plunket also run a toddlers tumble time on a Thursday morning, even up to our older adults strength and balance class. From there, we've got basketballers, Littleton netball come and book us in the winter months, as well as some of the junior rugby guys as well when it's a rainy day and they don't want them out on the field. Men's indoor football, women's catchball, pickleball, which is another thing that's really kind of popped off. That's now 2 nights per week. And other kind of classes on offer include Te Reo Māori, yoga, martial arts, and an LGBT clowns group on a Wednesday night. So it's quite a broad range that I think reflects Littleton.
Very diverse.
And I want to, in the next couple of weeks, start kind of a group fitness circuit classes around, I'm thinking around lunchtime, to see if members of the public want to come in for some weights or something, if we can really make that play, and I'll be happy to run those. We've also got community groups such as Littleton Community House. They often come and run events here at the centre as well. Moving on from that, just notable happenings that have kind of happened as well. We've also, I don't know if you've been into, some of you may have been into our building, and when did we finish so we had our mural along the hallway finished in November of last year, and we've just recently had our mural blessed from Reverend Maui, who was here earlier. He came and blessed it for us. So a local artist called McChesney Adams. She's also a tattoo artist here as well. She's also done a lot of the murals around the city. And so she gave us a beautiful new design, you know, of the harbour, which was really, really.
She's been very involved with.
Oh yeah,
this.
yeah, that's McChesney. Yeah.
She's amazing.
Yeah, no, she's very cool. So we're really lucky to have her on board with us. Yeah, so we were able to have that blessing and cover the costs for that through the council, Rosine, Mitre 10, and Club Charity as well. From here, the building itself will also be kind of used as an emergency hub if anything were to happen. So that's probably a big point to highlight. So the Littleton Emergency Hub and Civil Defence have come together, and we've been in those meetings as well, just trying to create a plan. So if anything were to happen, they have access to the building and they'll just do everything that they need to do. I won't really be a part of that because I live in St Albans, so if something were to happen, I can't get through the tunnel then. But they've got all of that covered. So they've had training runs over from November. I think they just had one in the beginning of February as well, just making sure that all of their volunteers know, you know, what to do in that kind of a scenario. Youth group. So I was in charge of running the youth group. I was a staff youth worker since 2019. And I've just grown into this role over time as well. So the youth group was actually led by Littleton Community House. But they are looking into more funding for the youth group itself. So that has come to a halt due to funding. And apart from that, I think it's everything that I've ticked off. Yeah. And I just wanted to hand it over to Dane. All right, so yeah, if you want to talk about.
To kind of complement this and to ensure that the facility is well used into the future, one of the things we're going undertaking is a feasibility study, although feasibility is maybe not the right word because obviously the facility is feasible, but how do we ensure that you know, we're able to make decisions that are evidence-based and leverage funding to make the most of this facility and ensure that it's meeting the needs of the community. So we're looking to work with a partner to develop an independent partner to develop a feasibility study to understand how the facility can best meet the needs of the community in the future, so that we can, you know, make sound decisions now and in the future about how we you know, how we can develop the facility, make it more user friendly, whatever it may be. And yeah, that's something that we're pretty excited to get started.
Great. How can the board support you? Kathy asked lots of
Yeah, so a key part of this will be stakeholder engagement. So I'm pretty confident that we'll be looking to Littleton-based, anyone really, to help build a network for that. So we're talking to the right people, connecting with you know, people that have a real passion, and maybe people that aren't currently engaged as well, like who you know, who can, you know, this isn't about going in there with any set ideas. It's about going in there and finding, you know, whatever options that are going to, you know, yield the best social return on investment. So keen to hear from, you know, there's no bad ideas in a feasibility study.
Yeah, and also Wendy, who's the chair of the Littleton Rec Centre Trust, she can't be here today, but we had talked about whether there'd be a board member that would be keen to be a liaison for the trust with so many different things going on at the moment. And we meet monthly with the trust, Dane and I. Yeah, so we just might be kind of helpful to have a board member if there's any interest.
I'm seeing a couple of nodding of over in this direction, and they both live in the area, so that sounds like that could be in use.
Do you like
Can we
to-
co-share?
Yeah, happy to. Do you want to discuss an appointment? You guys might have to take some ropes.
There's table tennis. if you wanna play for it.
That's
How do we
right, play
do
for
that?
it.
And what's a good way that we could do that? What's the co-share?
Yeah, well, between the two of you is, do you want to sort of do a bit of a wink and a nod between the two of you and kind of go, yep, I'm really keen, or I'm really keen, or.
If one of us can go to some.
Yeah.
to the other one.
Okay.
Yeah, so we just coordinate between us.
Squash.
So sometimes it works that way.
Okay.
Maybe like a multi-sport.
And then we-
Maybe just September.
That's right, yeah.
So it'd be good to have that on the list for the next.
Just we schedule.
Do we need to
Sometimes
confirm that,
schedules.
point station? What's it called?
Yeah, we do need to resolve that, so we can do that now.
Okay, so all those, whether we need to do a mover and a seconder for Happy and Gillian being the liaison to the official land. Thank you.
Can I just note that this community board has over 70 different relationships, which is
Okay.
which is great. The next best community board, the next highest number of any community board is 15. It goes to
15.
Burwood Linwood. So I'm just noting, just noting how engaged and hardworking our community board is.
And I think, you know,
And we're remunerated accordingly.
Almost in inverse proportion.
yeah, you're a volunteer. On that, I am not in a position, I'm happy to vote for it, as long as I'm happy to do it, happy to move it. But speaking to it, I mean, it's in the Littleton issue. And you're, well, that's great, yeah. You want to do that? I mean, we're from the other side. So, but we're happy to support anyone who gets sponsors support anything. Pretty much.
All right, so does that mean that you want to move it?
I'm happy to
Okay. Second that, please. I'm happy to second it.
What are we moving? That we received the thing or that
No,
we?
but-
we're doing
both.
We're doing both. Oh,
Both.
yeah, is there no time for questions for,
We can do questions afterwards still if you like.
I don't know, can we?
Selection, yeah.
That's
Not supposed to.
not
after
supposed
you've
to.
moved and
Yeah.
Resolution, there's no further discussion on the matter.
Okay, yep. If there's questions, always time for questions.
Well,
Karen.
Yeah. Oh,
Well, we haven't got a seconder because then you've got on a
I'll
table
second
to
it.
discuss. Thank you, Tyra.
Just, yeah, so thanks for the report, that's really good. I just actually had a question about, I had coffee with your grandmother actually last week.
Oh.
And as you do,
Surprise.
that's so, that's so big furniture, isn't it?
Yeah.
And she was showing me so it's probably actually a question for you, Dane, just with the, how they've got the solar panels on the community centre over in Diamond Harbour. Now, so that happened, that's great. So are there additional challenges to sort of completing the work here than there were over there, or?
Well, the proposed model is it's community ownership. So that's a bit different, I think. I'm not sure actually. I don't know all the details of the Diamond Harbour arrangement, but there's not really barriers. I think it's just really the cost of the panels is expensive. And so it's just doing the grant
Right.
for fundraising.
So the ones in Diamond Harbour were sort of done through existing budgets presumably, then
Yeah,
that's the
I'm not
difference.
actually too sure where the panels were from. I know the batteries being paid for by.
Yeah, I think maybe they were community.
Yeah, I
weren't they?
think they fundraised for themselves. But I'm not too sure about that one.
Yeah.
But I think, in addition to the trust are looking, through a lot of different means to get it done. But I think at the moment it's more of a scoping thing, because what they're, like Joe said, they're looking to create not necessarily something that is about income generation. They're looking at energy resilience for the community. So it's a bit different.
Yeah, right, yeah, that's, okay, that makes sense. Cool.
Yeah.
That answers that, thank you.
Some of the technical questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, is the council looking at similar solutions for other rural communities as well? Or it was just a case for Diamond Harbour, it was successful, so why can't we do it over in Waitangi or Ekroa, Lebon? Because those communities also highlighted to turn those hubs them into resilience hubs.
Yeah, it's certainly something we're looking at with our, obviously it's a pretty limited budget for resilience. So we've got to go where there's, long-term, the whole, when we know it's going to be there, right? Diamond Harbour is a key example of a facility that is well used beyond just being a resilience hub. So it's kind of a higher priority. But, we can certainly look at it for other facilities. But I guess for the most part, things like generators may be a better investment if you're looking at it purely from a resilience standpoint, probably more cost effective. Solar panels pretty expensive. And then if power goes out and you don't have a battery, they're useless anyway. So, I think it's more on a case-by-case basis for the world.
And the initiatives like that, you would prefer that the communities take that initiative rather council does it? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of the feasibility study, would be something similar to audit, facility audit? Maybe that's the...
It's just only really focused on the one facility rather than looking at all facilities across Banks Peninsula. So it's going to be much more, detailed. So it's really stepping back and saying, for example, what are the community desires, needs, wants within the area for this facility? What are the other facilities that exist, and what are the gaps, and therefore what are the sort of opportunities that this facility could meet for this community? It could be, the community wants this kind of a program, or it could be the community needs this kind of a space to use for whatever. So it's pretty open-minded, but it really is about investment, financial investment ultimately into this facility and what the best use of that is.
Yeah, it gives us better prioritization of how, because the facility is always really good at identifying a range of things that the community desire, but maybe not all those. If you're looking at a limited budget, which is what we're all looking, operating from a environment of scarcity of funding right now. Okay, what's the best bang for buck? What's the best return on investment for the facility? So how do we understand that long term as well?
Last year in October, I don't know whether that initiative was initiated by the council or civil defense. Council came and did an audit on Gaiety Hall, which is identified as a community residence hub, and they found multiple issues with that. There was not fit for purpose. So is this separate to the type of work the council doing in other facilities?
Yeah, it's looking to see we know it's fit for purpose.
Yeah,
we know
our building was assessed for that exact purpose.
Okay, so then this what you are suggesting is different.
Yeah, so it's more about activating it. So we want to really make sure this facility best meets the needs of this community. And with Eve on board, this really helps direct her focus and trust decision making as well. Yeah.
And you call it facility
feasibility study.
Feasibility study.
That's what this was called. The name is at least.
Maybe just quick. When would you like to? When do you hope to get this done, or how long a time frame to?
I should actually be able to finish it tomorrow, but it'll probably take about 4 months, I think it is, to complete it. And then maybe another month of that to produce the report. But it's a lengthy process, but it is very thorough.
Yeah. And just to add to the solar panels thing, I think we've put it in our board plan, our 3-year plan, about encouraging council facilities to be resilient and,
Great.
A question.
Last question.
I remember that at one stage you mentioned a gym being established and possibly replacing some of that vast toilet area. I've only been to the women's, but and just remind me where that's at, or
I was going to say, this is kind of where this has come from. So the gym and other ideas have come out of the audit that was undertaken. So it's really a question of, so we do have a few things on the table, like Eve mentioned, the heating, which would be a big cost to replace basically. The gym, changes to the squash courts, etc., accessibility with toilets. There's quite a few ideas. So the feasibility is really to kind of start from community research and then come up with some core concepts, ideas of where any investment would best be spent, and those will then be more robustly investigated. So it's possible that gym would be one of those, and then it would be really explored in terms of the business case. So what does it cost to run a gym? How well is it going to be used? What's the potential income? Is it going to cover the running costs, etc.? So that's going to be making sure that whatever is invested in is actually got a good future and will actually serve the needs of the community as well. And working, we're working really closely with the trust because we all need to be kind of across that whole journey. But yeah, the gym has definitely had a fair bit of interest, and
it's been kind of the ongoing main theme that we've been going for from the trust point of view for a number of years now. And I think just the new quotes that we've been given have just changed in cost astronomically. And so that kind of goal has just kind of gone further and further away from us due to those kind of all the issues with funding at the moment, I think. So I think this is a really good start to really highlight what the community needs, and if it is that, then great. I'm all for that. I would love that. And from the trust point of view, that's what we would love. But I think going through this process is much needed as well.
And we know that we'd need the data from this feasibility to be applying for funding, because it would probably be quite significant, as Eve has said. So we really need to make a really strong case if that was what was going to go forward. So then there is actually a funding case to be made.
Solid process. And welcome, Eve. Welcome.
In case I don't get the chance to meet, well, it sounds like I will in terms of the feasibility and the big complicated. But that I'd be keen on seeing somewhere to park your bike when you arrive there, because at the moment we just park outside the front door, and I'm aware that kind of blocks part of the wheelchair access stuff.
Yeah, good to know.
A recreation centre.
So the last bit, I think we probably should move along, but we're lovely to chat to you all afternoon. I just put it to the motion. Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Where are we? Oh, yeah, we got to move in, haven't we?
Yes,
we just need to
to receive the report, and Kathy to bring in the liaison.
Right.
Recreation Centre Trust.
Need to ask all those in favour?
Right.
Aye. Against? That is carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's move straight into board plan monitoring. Linda and Lynn.
Yes, hoki mai ki te mahi o manake. Welcome back to Look on Your Priorities.
Changes in that one.
Since the board workshop in October last year, you've made some good progress towards achieving your outstanding goals. IA4, provide letters of support and advocate for private landowners wanting to fence off and protect land for new and regenerating native forest. The action decided in your workshop was to launch a campaign so that landowners are aware of the funding availability at CCC, with an article on your webpage, in the community notices, and for elected members to post on social media. So the board webpage now has a story promoting the Biodiversity Fund dated 19th February 2025. A notification also went out on the 21st of February in the community notices, and the board was asked to promote it via social media. So if you haven't already, there's still time to do that, because it closes on the 21st of March. 8, advocate for the installation of solar panels on suitable council-owned buildings. Joe Wells has been working with the Littleton Energy Transition Society to support them on a project they've initiated to explore the possibility of installing solar panels on the Littleton Recreation Centre.
Sunshine.
And council is currently considering funding an energy storage battery after the Diamond Harbour community self-funded and installed solar panels on the Diamond Harbour Hall. C13, advocate that where appropriate, new or upgraded public toilets on Banks Peninsula are environmentally friendly with new technologies explored. On 21st of October last year, you received an information session where it was confirmed that new technology is being trialled around the peninsula. And in February, during your brainstorming about the Tourism Infrastructure Fund, you agreed to advocate for funding to upgrade or install public toilet facilities at several busy locations on the peninsula. C14, advocate to the Christchurch City Council to complete the assessment of sites of ecological significance in the Banks Peninsula area. The action was to request staff advice about progress made reassessing sites of ecological significance on BP with consideration to future monitoring. So we've done some digging since the report was written, so this is not in the report, but we've found that this was really answered in the briefing the board received on the 30th of October 2023 about the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity, or NPSIB, and implications. The NPSIB requires councils to identify significant natural areas, and which are now called sites of ecological significance, and to progress a plan change that protects them. Local authorities must notify any plan change to identify and protect significant natural areas by 4th of August 2028. During the briefing in October 2023, the board were advised to refer the matter to staff if residents or community wish to have an area protected. The board requested an overlay of properties with sites of ecological significance and received a memo in response on the 29th of April 2024, which was included in the May 2024 area report. D17, work with staff to review levels of service for rural roads and marine structures in light of increased frequency and intensity of storms. The board understands the current levels of service for rural roads and marine structures. The action for this one revolved around understanding the levels of service for marine structures. And on the 24th of February this year, the board received information about Banks Peninsula marine structures, current maintenance levels of service and renewal program, and considered marine structures in your annual plan submission workshop. DIA in general is, which is about supporting infrastructure to support community resilience. There were 2 items that the board advocated for, are included in the draft annual plan, which was firefighting equipment for fire response and Banks Peninsula communal fire water storage tanks. So that's very good there. So the item's still in progress. B9, the Banks Peninsula Destination Management Plan is completed and includes an implementation plan with an agreed process for monitoring and reporting in place. The plan is completed and the board decided to advocate to council for progress towards implementation of the DMP and continued monitoring. Patrick O'Sullivan from Christchurch NZ is coming to talk to the board on the 24th of March regarding implementation, so we will be able to discuss ongoing monitoring of progress with him then. B10, the Banks Peninsula Destination Management Plan aligns with the interests and values of the community board and its constituency. So although this goal was already achieved, the board decided to investigate how it could access the Tourism Infrastructure Fund, especially in respect to implementation of the DMP. So picking up on the priority for new and improved infrastructure to support both tourism and local residents, the board decided to advocate for funding from the Tourism Infrastructure Fund for toilet facilities and walking track maintenance. E22, advocate for connected walkways to enable children to safely walk to school. We know the connection between Cooptown and Church Road and Little River is complete for safety along State Highway 75. Still needing attention are the connections between West Littleton and the Littleton Primary School, connections within Governor's Bay and in Diamond Harbour. On June 24th last year, the traffic engineer provided an information session covering a safety project in Corsair Bay, Cass Bay footpaths, Cass Bay pedestrian access to Steadfast, Governor's Bay Dyers Pass Road, Zephyr Terrace and Governor's Bay Road, Charteris Bay options for a footpath on Marine Drive and Beach Road, Nakarawa. And feedback has been requested from staff on with all of these projects. H34, advocate for funding required to implement Te Nukutai o Tapua Naval Point Development Plan in full. The funding is in place, so the board action there is for ongoing advocacy for quality engagement with all parties. Anything? Back to you, Lynn.
Back to me in the studio.
Fantastic.
So I know they'll have a few questions around the board around those. Any clarification on any of that?
No.
We We have heard back about Beach Road. I've seen in the memo somewhere just recently. So that's something that we can follow up on. When it says achieved, this is a very basic question. We have done work on it, but how do we keep our finger on the pulse of, even though it says achieved, it's still in progress. We want to keep like things moving. You know, I don't know, can I give you an example? Yeah, any of those blue ones, I guess, the most recent ones, for example. Sorry. There's one in particular, I was like, how do we make sure that that keeps going? Tourism infrastructure funding. So that this is achieved, the board advocated for the tourism infrastructure funding, but then that doesn't, we haven't got the funding yet, have we? So it's just achieved a point towards getting it. It's always just steps, isn't it?
Advocated, and that's what the verb is.
Right, that's right. Yeah. Okay, that answered the question. So it's really just keeping in mind, we've just got to keep those things moving. Even though it says achieved.
I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, it's achieved by what our goal was, which was to advocate.
Some of it's just a wish list, but it's only advocated.
Okay, we can look at it. Some of us are back at the table again. Great.
Some of the things to consider when you are thinking about how to word your next board plan.
Yes.
And we do that very early in the piece.
Yes.
And I think a very clear understanding of this process needs to be held before we make our own priorities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, it's good. Good.
I got a small question about the SES. Is there a plan in place to monitor those sites of ecological significance based on NPS, IB? So how is council tracking any progress of the council?
I can ask that question for you. I know that they have to identify the significant natural areas and progress a plan change that protects them.
Well, we can put that through as a CSR for you, Esa.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
How would you all feel if we also added to like our board plan, signalling our relationship to the Runanga? And we have done this in the past, we've talked about it, but I feel like we need to bring it up again and potentially, you know, keep that bubbling away in regards to connecting individually with them, perhaps. And I know that Wairewa Runanga are quite keen to catch up with us as a board, so potentially we could meet with them individually and start working on that.
And I rang Rick Tainui just talking about the Nuku, and he said, "I'll let me know how you get on, Fred."
Okay.
Because there is interest, but there's also, they're very stretched. And they're very, very stretched.
And yeah, that is our first priority actually. A1, we are committed to upholding territorial Waitangi by engaging with Runanga. So it is there, and then they are attending on Mukurumai, Waitangi you mentioned there. I think there are.
Okay. So everybody be quite happy if we added that to.
It is there, isn't it?
It is there, but it's
the practicality of.
Yeah. Moving forward
Practicality
from
of-
today, if that's something that we could look at doing, actually meeting up.
I tried it for 3 years in the last round. Really struggled for it.
Okay. Great. Thank you. I don't think I've got anything more to add. Thank you very much for that, Linda. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes, we still need to do that. I'm happy to move it. Nigel's happy to second it. All those in favour? Against? It is carried. Thank you very much. And we've got The area report, please, Ken, thank you.
Right.
It's supposed to be at 11:40, we're a bit late.
We are a little bit late, so without prolonging anything, you will read, or you will have read, because I'm sure you've all read that report. You will have read all the wonderful work that's going on in there. I don't know if there's anything in particular I need to raise.
Just about who can approve the
Plan submission, the draft annual plan submission. Yeah, that's not.
Okay.
Something extra we have to do.
Okay, so we'd like you to consider finding 2 members.
Yes, to approve the submitting.
The submitting of your annual plan submission. Because it won't be able to come back to another board meeting in time before it needs to be submitted. So are you happy for the chair and another member, without naming who they are, to approve?
Well, no, you need to know.
Oh, you need to know who they are? All right then.
People are. It doesn't necessarily need to be the chair.
Doesn't have to be the chair. 2 of you.
I'm happy for it to be
It's usually
chair, but
chair.
unless you think it's better for me not to.
Would you
You'll be presenting that.
Yeah.
As April.
Speaking to. And it can't be Tyrone. Asif?
Yeah.
Asif, okay, so Nigel, Lynn and Asif will approve the final.
Yeah.
Submit the plan of the annual plan submission.
Okay, do we need to?
But you'll all get a copy of the submission. I'm still reading through staff advice from questions you asked last week.
Do we need a mover and a seconder for that?
And from receiving.
Okay, Nigel and Kathy?
Yep.
All those in favour?
Right.
Against? That is
Try that
carried.
again.
Thank you. Wow, I took it wrong. Okay, elected members information exchange. That's really what. Everybody chomping at the bit, you first? Right,
Yeah, look at the watch,
Jack.
okay.
Have a run.
You know, got the vote first. I just want to go back to the information centre. It's getting busier and busier over in Akara. It's amazing. But I did have a very disturbing report from a visitor. Again, it's about the using GPSs to come over to Akaroa. These people were towing a caravan, ended up going around the back way through Pigeon Bay, around the single roads, and went through a near-death experience. This woman was too scared to go home. I had to tell her, make sure she stayed on the main road. But it's just, with the GPS thing, it's becoming a big issue, some of those back roads.
With a caravan, did you say?
They had a caravan on the back.
So
It
they
specifically
turned-
says.
They turned off the highway.
Well, they just follow their GPS.
Yeah, Google does it.
Yeah.
They can report it directly to Google. We can also let our area traffic engineer know who has.
Yeah, I thought,
reporting to Google.
yeah, no, I had to do some serious counselling with this woman.
Right, so that's a CSR then, please.
Yes,
We had a very successful meeting with a group wanting to form a Friends of the Britomart group, and they were very, very happy that it was acknowledged by council that there is $100,000 out of the Takapaniki budget that has been flagged for that reserve for it to be done up, and it will be going to full consultation process. And I expressed that it really needs to be a very inclusive group that's there and representative of the people that do go whakapapa back to it, and we're connected to it as well. Namely the Robinsons and possibly even the Tikau's, as well as the French and British descendants. It's all a well-balanced group. I'd like to have a feedback on have a brief, see a briefing pretty soon on where the wharf is progressing. I know it's been well received, the wee jetty and the landing, and I've been asked by multiple people as to what's going to happen now that there was a submission made about the name change. Will that be going to consultation, or will it just be a letter, or what will come of that?
The Drummond's jetty name change. Or the.
Yeah, well, it's arguably not a name change because there's no real record apart from it just being a name that's just been bandied around. I don't think it's ever been presented to anything else.
Public forum.
There's no action. Why?
The board to-
Oh, so we need to?
I'd have to bring
that
it back in action, sorry, Nigel.
While the flame, maybe we can speak, because I would like to see at least some more discussion around that, seeing this. And there's been a noticeable increase of algae in that harbour, which I sent a photo to you. Yeah, that was given to me by a fisherman or a user on Drummond / Davis's landing. That was some sort of algae bloom, so that's quite disturbing. And I guess another one last thing, how do we go about getting fitness equipment in Jubilee Park? Similar to the council have got in Hagley Park.
Which is Jubilee Park?
Which is the recreation.
Oh, the red ground.
The rec.
Yeah, part of the sound.
Oh, just, do we need to put
First
that?
thing would be to put a customer service request in, and get your community to put a customer
Okay.
service request in.
Okay, that's the way to go. It has been discussed and it's, there's been a lot of action around parks. That's about all for me. Thank you. Pass on.
I just want to really acknowledge, and actually Gillian's much more expert on this than I am, but I mean, just to acknowledge that the Coastal Hazards Adaptation Plan was passed unanimously. The key thing, I know you all know it passed, but like the key thing is that it was done unanimously. And another key thing is that when it first went to council for a decision, some concerns were raised by certain parts around the, in Port Levy, and they were addressed, and it came back, and and so the process worked really well, like a hearing should. That concerns were raised, they were addressed, and then the decision was made. So look, it's not going to please everybody, the plan, but look, at least we've got a plan. So that's really good to see that in place. And there's been a bit of media on that the last week or so. So I'm really, really pleased to see that. And thank you to Gillian and all the other people that were involved with the on the panel. Now, I don't know if you caught wind of this. I think it's probably just pertinent for me just to note it, given that the port is actually within our board area, but there was a bit of an unusual public forum at council last week where members of the union came and submitted directly and spoke directly to councillors around proposals down at the wharf. I won't say much more than that, but I think it was just really interesting to note. So obviously, given that the city owns the port, something that we should definitely be aware of. On a more fun thing, it's not all email and meetings. There are some good things going on in our community. I went to Live at the Point over obviously Live at the Point runs all summer over at Stoddart Point. I also went to Port Noise. I saw some of my community ward colleagues at Port Noise. Not looking at anybody, Kathy. Luana. You there, Gillian?
I was on the periphery, so I saw other people when they didn't sing.
Yeah, we'll get you guys in there next year. But the reason I bring these up is like we've got some amazing events that council does support and really bring. They are events on the events calendar that I think are really, really good for our communities and the city as a whole. And so they're things that it's just really good to support. And I see firsthand how good they are. Live at the Point had a bit of a struggle with the weather. Council can't control the weather, but probably gets blamed when the weather is not good. But it's it's a great event. Nigel, as Nigel mentioned, we opened I think we were all there, weren't we, at the Davis's Landing opening. Yeah, Davis's Landing. That's what we're calling it. And so that was really good. That was really well. I mean, the staff have just done an amazing job on that, and that's a real asset. Now I've got hearings for dog control policy and bylaw this week. So hearings, so I'm on the hearings panel. Again, just to note that that's happening. So we've got to that stage, we've been through the consultation period. So listen to the submissions on that. I think there are just some key things for the Peninsula that are going to crop up there. You know, the rec ground here in Middleton, access to coastal tracks and that over on the other side of the harbour. So we'll see what people have to say, but just to note that they're occurring. Not Banks Peninsula related, but just a bit of another fun thing. Some of the other councillors and I got a personalised tour by Reuben Woods around the Flair Street Art Festival and some of the works that have been put up around Christchurch, and I just really want to acknowledge it because they're really amazing. And it's again just things that really and if we do have ideas for artworks around the peninsula, if you see suitable spots, I mean that's something that we could really advocate for, which is the key thing for this board. I mean, I know Reuben, I mean they receive council funding, and I know he's very open to if he gets a good idea around the peninsula for appropriate artwork, something that he'd be supportive of. So that's Reuben Woods, not Reuben Davidson, of course, is a different Reuben that we all know and love. And just one other thing that's a bit vague and a bit more obscure, but councillors or staff made a presentation to councillors the other day around plans for the excitingly named surface flooding reduction program prioritisation. And again, the value of that to us is that we are aware of some parts of the peninsula, and I'm thinking in particular on Lulavo when a storm surge that really, and obviously in the river we get flooding there. But that's kind of being dealt with separately. But just to say that I kind of just raised those points to staff. These are things that we need to prioritise in my view.
Yeah, in particular the one in Makaroa, on that area down there. If any decisions made around that could come to the board so we can see.
Oh, look, I don't know what the process is going to be, but it's just more about just highlighting it.
Yeah.
And I know it's definitely on staff's radar, but I think really, what are the priorities? And I sort of think, the priorities are always in your ward, aren't they, if you're on the council? but I think the rationale for us for asking for focus on that particular thing is that it does have the potential to cut the whole town off, really, doesn't it? And really impact on businesses and accessibility there. So
Torrin, was it an information session?
It was an information session.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it might be good if we
Oh, that's so I wouldn't mind.
Maybe we
Get an
Good
update.
idea.
the Peninsula focus on.
Yeah. So I didn't think it was very targeted to the peninsula, but
No,
I
we could ask
knowing
them
that what we know,
Yeah.
we do have some challenges there. So that's me.
So, Victoria?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of things to report. Not in a particular order. I attended Le Mans Bear Reserve Committee meeting the other day. It was well attended, and they are working towards making submission to annual plan. So they had some good ideas, and they're working also around resilience of the bear. So at some stage, they were not aware of funding availability, but now they are. So at some stage, they will be asking council for more funding to enable them to do that work. I've been educating for annual plan submission around the community, and I was quite pleased to know that there's good support around whatever the board is suggesting. So there will be some good submissions around those areas. Opening of Drummond or Delhi's Wharf, Drummond, sorry, not Davis's Wharf. It was well attended. And the last thing, Nigel, thanks for mentioning that about exercise equipment around recreation ground. The proposal that I put forward, Youth and Multicultural Initiative, it was part of that. And last week, Steffi and I did an information session with Ekra Area School. Two classes attended, 2 senior classes, and we got some really good feedback around that. So I will update that plan and I will share some more insights. One interesting thing around Littleton Recreation. So just like they are asking for more gym equipment, it was quite popular there. So we divided the class into multiple groups, and every group basically identified gym as a facility that youth would like. So I will update. I'm meeting 2 other groups who are currently using that facility, and I will update the proposal and I will share with everyone, hopefully towards the end of this week. Yeah, thank you.
Some of the things I was going to mention have been mentioned, so that's fine. I have been to a port liaison meeting. It was a fairly briefish meeting. It was last week. There was some talk about some pollution that people from Governor's Bay had spotted, that they thought that people who were in the middle of it probably hadn't spotted at the time, but it ended up being, it was mostly not as bad as people thought, in terms of it was more, I think, steam, and rather than something people would immediately think it's more something worse. But there was lots of talk about scrubbers on different boats and things. So another Littleton resident had complained that was having quite a lot of trouble with noise, and that had actually been going on for a long time, but hadn't come to the liaison meeting where there are community people on it. So subsequently there was a decision or a request that part of the meetings that the port company representatives report back on any complaints that they received, because that hasn't been happening so up till this date. So that we get more of an idea of what people are saying out there. So that sounds like that was going to happen. I wasn't able to go to the litter pickup, which was just yesterday, I think, or the network, the Whakarapo Littleton Harbour Community Network meeting, which we did receive a report on that from Andrea. I was going to mention that there was, I know that the Port Levy Resident Association, which is very active, I did go to an event they had a couple of weeks ago, where they had band and spit roast and things. So that, I mean, they do that kind of thing all the time.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they send out invites for that, Gillian. Must have got lost in the post.
If you're on the, it's the residents. If you're a member of the, well, I think they had non-member rate as well. It was pretty reasonable. Yeah, they send out notices if you're on the email list.
That's well fallen over.
Yeah. So, and other than that, I know that the museum, Littleton Museum, have a strategy refresh meeting coming up on the 4th of May. So 4 hours they've scheduled for that day. So yeah, quite a lot. And the event of the century, I'll just mention it, like, is something called Littleton Don.
Oh yes, of course.
It's very major.
Littleton Don, like
Wimbledon.
Oh,
but slightly less, lower, reduced scale.
Slightly,
yeah. Very.
Wouldn't it be called Little Don?
We can take it up with Regan. Or
It's just a tennis course.
It's tennis. It is.
Oh, good thing. You've got tennis courts. Great.
Yeah. 23rd of March, so 2 weekends time.
No, that sounds great. Thank you, Gillian.
Well done.
yep. I've had a busy weekend. The Littleton Litter Hunt went well, and I just must say, I started and I left. So you know, sometimes you come and go in places and you teamwork. I just want to acknowledge Tyrone, because Paul Barrett just sent me a text to say thank you, Tyrone, for your help and support with the Littleton Litter Hunt.
20 minutes that I did.
That's right, but he acknowledges that because it's the ongoing support that we provide to these
He does a great job.
partnerships.
I think it's important to acknowledge.
Yeah, to acknowledge Paul, Duncan, Sky, Sabrina, there's a
Yeah,
whole lot of
yeah.
people behind all of this, so. Yeah, and amongst all of that, 28% was recyclables. So I think it raises the question again about things that we should recycle. And it's always a data there about recyclables need to be done well.
Can I just, sorry, I know that
yeah.
this is your time and I don't mean to
No,
interrupt.
Please.
But actually, one thing I did notice, and I'll notice it again today, is that there's actually quite a lot of dog duty on the streets of Littleton. It's quite noticeable, more than it is noticeable in, say, in metropolitan Christchurch. And that kind of has intrigued me a little bit because obviously the runoff into the harbour is not great. I don't know what we can do about that, but perhaps there's an opportunity for us to. Wow, it's more about just education. Yeah, no, it's really noticeable that it's more right. So yeah, Littleton is a little bit worse than other areas. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah. So thank you for doing the Littleton hunt, so you can, find out these things. That's right. Get your eyes peeled on the road. Also, if it's 6 years coming up for March 15th. So this weekend is a Unity Hui at the Multicultural Recreation Centre, followed by the Unity Walk. That's starting at Bridge of Remembrance and finishing at the Multicultural Centre. And Sow a Little Seed, which I volunteer with, a social group very dear to my heart. We have got a 51 Threads Connection exhibition at the Civic Centre for the next 2 weeks, so please pop by and have a look. So it's basically a reflection on what March 15 meant for you and look into the future of hope and unity. And it says, well, we are hoping that it goes from global, because we did our first exhibition in Littleton, and it will go local to global, taking it around to perhaps to the Shuada families from overseas. And it's going to start in Singapore in June. So it's making its journey around the world. What else is happening? The Rec Grounds is having like a preview tomorrow evening, but we have to kind of go hazmat suit to visit the site. So it's not open yet. Casper, a couple of things happening there. They've got their AGM coming up. They had their second intersection road mirror, first graffiti, then stolen, now replaced, and graffiti happened there and snapped and solved, and it was like painted over really quickly. So yeah, it was very effective. 27th of March in the boardroom, because they don't have a community centre to meet at.
In the boardroom?
In the boardroom, yeah.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
27th, so it's a Wednesday.
What time?
7 p.m. Yeah. Whakaora Healthy Harbour are resuming their meetings and meetings this for the year, so that's starting again. There were lots of things around.
27th was a Thursday, sorry.
Oh, Wednesday, 26th, sorry, my bad. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Kathy, sorry.
Yeah. And can I mention, there's a couple of things that happened around road reserves and people's property boundaries. Can we have a briefing on road reserves, especially around Littleton or in general, regarding road reserves? That's where it starts and finishes for people, what their responsibilities are, what council responsibilities are, and on the spray register that you can have your verge or berm sprayed and not sprayed. Bit of, not being clear, but also the concerns around that sort of green spaces. And our investment in the walkie-talkie was so cool that we accidentally discovered that from Casper to halfway up Sumner Road, we were still able to communicate. It was a bit fuzzy, but it still worked. I know, that was really a bonus thing. I think that's it. Thank you.
Great. Awesome. And just to finish up, what have I been up to? So future transport submission at council on Wednesday, that went round. Had some good photos and some good PowerPoints. Always makes an impression when you've got a photo of the issue that you're actually talking about. So that's great. Thank you, Linda, for your help with that. Waitāha Primary Health, the working in with how Banks Peninsula works. The Waitāha Primary Health, they deal with lots of GP stuff and different services that can be available, like mental health services or smoking cessation and stuff like that. They're looking at how they can work with emergency response groups on Banks Peninsula, and specifically around any extra things that might be needed, like your communication with your GP during an emergency. If you're needing anything from the pharmacy and you don't have it during an emergency, Waitāha Primary Health might be able to give us some, assistance with that. So that might be quite good sort of link in there of how it works together. Also in Birdlings Flat Community Hall, I need to touch base with Viv over there in the nurses room, at the storage facility that we've just, they've been building on Birdlings Flat Hall to store all the chairs and the tables, so the nurses room can be used as a room. Maybe working with Waitāha Primary Health around any of their services that we might be able to have up there. And just continuing strengthening those relationships with the Apara Health Centre and the Community Board and Waitāha Primary Health, how we all link in and work better for the health of our people. And just hearing about the uncertainty in the health and health at the moment in New Zealand is a little bit scary, but it's always good to be informed. So that's always value those appointments. Enjoyed the wharf opening. That was really, really good. And attended a our Iti domain meeting, which is the little river domain meeting. Just really value our reserve committees highly, and a couple of the members who are basically holding that reserve committee together are talking about not necessarily being there for the next elections, and the concern around, volunteer burnout and
volunteer burnout, the big thing.
Shoulder tapping. So love our volunteers, and that's a good reminder for me too. Love our volunteers.
Maybe we should look at how we can physically show our appreciation.
Yeah, well,
I'm not suggesting hugs, but maybe a party.
Yes.
The Bonds Bay Conservation Trust have raised their funds to the official, right? Yeah, just really.
Yeah,
good job.
They raised $450,000 to cover and quite a significant portion of the Bonds Bay had on the right hand side. Yeah. And then there was a walking track to the council, bit of land. I think with the help of the council, they will be reinstating that walking track, so we'll be able to walk along. So very well done.
Great.
Yeah.
That's encouraging, isn't it? I think that's it for the official part of the meeting.
We're suggesting there's an unofficial part of the meeting, but
There's always the official part is the karakia to finish.
Kia mama te maka, tina te wairua i te ara takawha. Koe rā e noho, whakeere ake ki roa. Tina, hui e tai.
Thank you very much, team.
Thank you.
Right, we'll just keep that line.